Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today we're not going to be writing any games, we're instead going to be going over a few. Well, we're going to go over 4. Yeah, we're going to go over 4. More like 3.5, but 4 in principle. Franchise games. We've talked about them before, we'll probably talk about them again. What is a franchise game? At its core, it's a game based on a franchise. Yeah, that's it. It's really simple to explain what a franchise game is. It's a little bit more complicated to explain what a franchise game isn't. Most of the time, you can break down most franchise games. I'm actually going to bring up all of my franchise cases just to give you all some ideas here. There's a couple of them. Technically, this should be 7. Then I didn't realize I was 7. Like, we've got Blade Runner, Dark Souls, which we're going to be talking about some more, Bunkers and Badasses, Die the role-playing game, BattleTech. There is quite a few of these different games out there, and a lot of these different games usually fall into 3 categories. Category 1. I like the franchise. This is usually the ones where people have the most fond memories about. The ones that are a celebration of the franchise and a celebration of, well, we want to see more. Well, you might think of something like Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters does everything in its power to say, you want to be a Ghostbuster. I want to be a Ghostbuster. We all want to be Ghostbusters. So, the game lets you be Ghostbusters. Hey, you have games such as... trying to think of some other ones at the top of my head. Again, I say these things and I immediately don't have any good explanations for them. But it's effectively, these are things for, I just like the franchise and you want to participate in them. The second one is an advertisement. Yeah, this is just an ad. Please partake in our thing. We are asking you, we are demanding, we are pleading with you. This is a tie-in product that you, yes, you want to engage with. Don't you want to engage with? You want to engage with this franchise, TM? Look at our numbers here. D&D is popular. Therefore, if we make our own D&D game, it will be popular as well. You know, so on and so forth. You see, I made some ham chowder. Haven't had ham chowder before. I like clam chowder, though. But yeah, the third, usually more common, well, very less common one, is an expansion. On the franchise. And what I mean by an expansion on the franchise is saying, hey, well, there's this movie, there's this game, there's something else. Well, now we're bringing it to the table for you to expand it out and make something more interesting. Cool, that's fun and that's exciting. We like things like that. However, that's very difficult. I'm going to be honest. It's very difficult making something like that to expand out another franchise. And sometimes it does well, other times less so. Now, if we bring up a couple of these other cases, like Pillars of Eternity by Josh Sawyer. Pillars of Eternity RPG never went anywhere. But that was by Josh Sawyer. That was by someone who cares about the franchise. Then you have the unofficial Fire Emblem ones, Elite Dangerous, things like that. And of course, how could we forget Frame? But you also get things such as Avatar Legends. Yes, remember Avatar Legends? The game that made $8 gajillion on Kickstarter? Yeah, no, that exists. Like, you gotta remember $9.5 million, because that's a lot of fucking money. And the worst part about it, if you really want to have the funny haha moment, is that that's not even the most funded game anymore. The most funded game of all time, with $15 million, is the Brando Sando Cosmere RPG. Because people really like the Brandon Sanderson. Because people really like the Brandon Sanderson franchise. Or the Stormlight Archives, I believe that's what it's called. people really enjoy these. So it's like, well, we want to obviously make more of this because that's what people want. And if you really look at a lot of these different franchises, Marvel, you got Marvel in here, you got Avatar, Battletech, obviously. Battletech is a franchise at this point. The Witcher, as we see right here. These make a lot of money because people like engaging in things they know already. This isn't some amazing... yeah, like, this isn't some amazing thought process. Like, no, it's... ugh. Yeah, and something else will follow. Exactly. It's franchises come and go, but they also a good reflection of what's kind of popular and what's kind of not popular. Because there's a lot of different franchise games out there. A lot. And there's a reason we have now 7 of these. Let me quickly fix this up to make it 7 instead of 6. We have multiple of these cases. Now, mind you, there's even more than you would think. Some of them we're not even going to be going over today, but I just want to show you some of these. Welcome to Everyday Heroes, which is we'll talk about some of the more amusing things with that later. Of course, we've got the My Little Pony experience. I know all of you love My Little Pony a lot. You know. Then you got more fan ones, such as Subgrubs and Snazzards, because we all love playing fucking Homestuck. I can't escape Homestuck. I want you all to know this. And this isn't even talking about some of the really old stuff, like the Hercules and Xena role-playing game. Yes, the Hercules and Xena role-playing game. So you too can play your very own 80s movie. We almost went over this, but we didn't. Some of these are official. Some of them are very not official. You get some games that clearly know what they are, like Bounty Head Bebop. Oh god, die in here. Bounty Head Bebop knows what it is, and it knows what it's referencing. That's the point of it. That's why you're here. You're here because, well, it's Bounty Head Bebop. But that doesn't also get rid of all of them. So let me see if I can find some other ones that we've been talking about. Now, some companies have been had a lethal toast. So, some companies rely on franchise games quite a bit. So, you look at something like Modiphius. Modiphius has a lot of different role-playing games. But if you really look at what they've done, it's Holt, which they don't own, Vaesen, which they don't own, Liminal, you know, like, okay, sci-fi, Fallout, Homeworld, Star Trek, Dune. We look Alien, Blade Runner, Dishonored, Infinity, Mutant, technically, Tales from the Loop. Like, it's a lot of these games where you're like, oh, well, that's, you know, Discworld, Dishonored, Heroes of Might and Magic, John Carter, where what was Lord of the Rings, i.e. the One Ring. You're like, huh, that's a lot. There's a lot of franchises here. You kind of see like all this. They effectively have, you can kind of think like 2, maybe 3, like 3 games that are theirs that aren't a franchise game of some, like Dreams and Machines does not appear to be a... It doesn't appear to be that, but is this... No. Yeah, it's new Moss Grove is from this new Modiphius game, which I want you to know that I saw this, and I saw the look of this, and my first thought was, hey, wait a second, is this a Horizon game? It doesn't look like a Horizon game, but it definitely got me thinking that it is. But then you get things like Freely, example. We love Free League. Everyone loves Free League, right? I mean, Free League is a completely unique company. A lot, but based on one system. So, like, we all love Free League, obviously. I mean, Free League's a completely innovative company that has done only... Well, they don't own Alien, obviously. Lord of the Rings, okay. Blade Runner, wait a second. Electric State, they don't technically own. One Ring, well, okay, that's One Ring. Walking Dead, Tales from the Loop, which they also don't own. Mutant Year Zero, which they also don't own. And, yeah, Crusader Kings, Tales... Yeah. What I'm trying to get across here is that franchise games are big money makers, and people really like money makers, because you even get things like, hey, Avatar Legends Root. Magpie's 2 big games is 2 games they do not own the actual franchise rights for. Someone else makes this game. Someone else makes this franchise. Because it's money. Money, money, money. What I'm trying to get across here, is not that they're good or that they're bad. I'm just saying that a lot of these companies do use franchise cases quite a lot. And is that a bad thing? No, it's money. People like getting paid. That's a big thing. And these are very reliable because you don't really need to appeal to many people. Like, here's the thing. When we're talking about getting kind of like filtered through a game, let's just do the most basic concept of, well, you need to know, like, I want to be interested in TRPGs. That's like the first thing you have to filter the people through. If they say, I don't like TRPGs, you're never going to convince them to play anything. Then it's, well, you have to be interested in the setting. Well, I like Star Wars, so yeah, of course I'll do that. Well, I like that. Well, I like sci-fi. Well, I like this. Then you have to be interested in the system. I don't like D20. Well, I love D20. I can only play D20. Well, is it a 5e hack? I could only really play a 5e hack. So on and so forth. So it's like, okay. And then at the end of it all, they have to be interested in you playing it. Which is already, it's a very, complicated thing. So that's 4 layers. However, there's this hidden 5th layer that gets people through it a little bit more, is interested in the franchise. You want to get people who have never played a TRPG interested in them? Well, I'm interested in the franchise. Oh, I like this, because that immediately skips here. They're willing to do that because they want to engage in Avatar products. They want to engage in Ghostbusters. They want to engage in Die, the role-playing game, or Borderlands or whatever. You can kind of skip some of the initial problems and also kind of get past things like this. Well, I don't really care because I just like the franchise more. Because I like the franchise, I'm willing to go past, I don't know what a TRPG is. Well, I don't really know what the system is. And you're just interested in playing it. It's powerful. It's very useful. Mostly because it's also a very good shorthand. Do I really need to explain Star Wars to you? No, I don't. Do I really need to explain Alien to you? No, not really. Hey, do I really need to explain... I'm going to just keep using Ghostbusters because I like the Ghostbusters game. Ghostbusters. No. You know these things already. Because you've watched the show, you watched the movie, you played the game, you know already what's going on. So a lot of that initial problems are solved. But we're going over a couple games. We're going over 3.5 games. Explain Dallas. Dallas was the first franchise game because literally everyone knew what Dallas was. You have to remember that that is a very important thing when you talk about like Dallas or anything like that. When you talk about the Dallas television role-playing game, it sounds silly. Like, who would ever do this? But Dallas was immensely popular. Well, of course, everyone wanted to engage in Dallas products because it's Dallas. It's the most popular show on television. And because it is the most popular show on television, people will obviously want to buy it. And then they did. Not a lot, but they did. I think you need to explain 2016 Ghostbusters to people, though. Yeah, pretty much. You can sometimes get franchise games that kind of pop up out of nowhere, but very rarely. Usually it's something that's vaguely popular or at least has some history to it. However, this case was originally going to be kind of more of a grab bag, but a game popped up that I was like, well, I guess we have to do this one now. Now, I don't make the rules, I just know that's how it's going to go down. So, very basic one. We've got open this one. Some of you may know what we're getting into, some of you may not, but welcome to RuneScape Kingdoms, the role-playing game. We're going to be doing this one. We're also going to be talking about Skyfarer. Yes, finally, after 8 million years, we're talking about Skyfarer. We're also going to be talking about, if I open up the right fucking thing, we're going to be talking about the Tomb Raider RPG, but not the one you're thinking about. We're talking about Lara Croft's Tomb Raiders. And then our final one, the reason why this case kind of got turned into the Vidya game case. Welcome to Shin Megami Tensei, the role-playing game Tokyo Conception. Welcome aboard. This is one of the main reasons why this case got kind of sidewindered a little bit. Is it good? It's very interesting. So we're gonna start from let's start from the top. Let's talk about RuneScape. You know what RuneScape is. Don't lie to me. You know what it is. You all played it when you were about 12, probably. It's RuneScape. You know, that game. I never did. No, never. Oh, Jesus. So, RuneScape is one of the, if not the first big, I want to call it, like, it's hard to explain what RuneScape is. Also, wasn't there a Fallen London PBTA game? No, there wasn't. It was a Call of Cthulhu ripoff. We'll talk about it later afterward a little bit. But if we look at RuneQuest, not RuneQuest, RuneScape, you can see I'm immediately like, oh yeah, RuneScape. Welcome to RuneScape. Yes. Welcome to RuneScape. You know about RuneScape. Look, everyone, it's RuneScape. It's classic things of Varrock and skills, and because the main thing when it comes to the beautiful thing about RuneScape in general is that RuneScape was a game almost entirely based around the premise of improving skills. I want to get better at cooking. I want to get better at constitution. I want to get better at farming. I want to get better at herb lore. I want to get better at magic, at mining, at necromancy. A lot of people know classic RuneScape. You see that classic look to it. Fishing on the side of hitting funny things and doing a lot of different ideas. And you can play RuneScape right now. It's free, which is one of the main benefits, you could say. There are 200,000 people playing right now because this is old school RuneScape. Yep, this is old school RuneScape. Game that's been out for literally ever. Now, one of the bigger things about RuneScape is that RuneScape has been around since about 2001. Yeah, this game is about 23, going on 24 years old, and it's by this company named Jagex. Jagex is British, been doing its own thing for a long time. RuneScape made $8 gajillion. That's the big thing. Almost every single thing that RuneScape has, done, has funded this company, and they damn well know what it is. They ain't stupid. But all RuneScape is at really the end of the day is a game of, well, it's baby's first MMO. You run around and you complete skills. You go on quests that are adventures and you do things. It's hard to explain what RuneScape is for someone who wasn't there, who wasn't experiencing that particular time and place of sitting there in the market trying to sell fish, seeing the endless amounts of firewood in the corner, getting irrationally angry at people because they keep stealing your kills, and doing things in general. RuneScape is kind of this weird timelessness to it. Please explain, booklet man. It is a lot of people's first MMO because it was free. The big thing was the membership, where you paid X amount of dollars every month and you could just continue to level up skills. Most skills in the game went to level 99. I think they bumped them up recently to 120. But a lot of these skills are mundane. It's mundane fantasy stuff. Well, I want to go on a quest. Well, I need armor. How am I going to get armor? Well, I'm going to mine and I'm going to forge it into armor. Well, there you go. Easy enough. Well, I need to keep myself alive. Okay, so I'm going to fish so I can cook it, so I can... I want to do all of this stuff to get food so I can heal myself during combat, and I can fight, and I can do all these wonderful things. Welcome to RuneScape. It is a game about going on a fantasy adventure with a kind of a comedic angle. Some of the adventures can be a little bit silly, some of them can be a little bit goofy, some of them are outright just silly in some regards. And that's kind of the appeal. But RuneScape kind of has the thing called RuneScape Kingdoms. Now, RuneScape Kingdoms was a... Well, if you kind of see what's going on here... Go away, Black Friday sale. RuneScape Kingdoms is a board game, as you can kind of see here, by SFG, which also did the RuneScape card game. Now, if you see RuneScape Kingdoms, Shadow of Elvrag, RuneScape Kingdoms, the role-playing game. Yeah, if you're kind of seeing something a little bit consistent here, it's grab your capes and party hats because we're going to Gelinor. Yeah. It is a... Steamforged Games is one of those companies that also relies very heavily on various franchises to keep itself going, such as the Dark Souls board game, the Gears of War board game, Horizon Zero Dawn board game, the Monster Hunter World, Resident Evil, Sea of Thieves, and RuneScape games. And of course, they also recently acquired, about last year, they actually acquired Iron Kingdoms from its home franchise of Privateer Press. Yes, all of Iron Kingdoms, and in turn, I believe, yeah, even their miniature style line are no longer owned by Privateer Press. Like, anytime you hear about Privateer Press with War Machine or any of these guys are effectively dead in the water. They have two games no one really talks about. They lost their main franchise. Yeah. Not doing too hot. Let's just say that. But SFG is probably best known through our circles of making the Dark Souls role-playing game. Yeah, the Dark Souls role-playing game. It's already popular. Yeah, it's already successful. Yeah, that's the thing with like the Neopets RPG. It's the same principle. But yeah, they're the guys who made the Dark Souls role-playing game. And the Dark Souls role-playing game was bad because it's a 5e game. it's a 5e game they somehow fucked up, which is a very consistent thing with Steamforge's various roleplay endeavors, which this one is no different. Steamforged Games is kind of it's hard to call it a budget title, the budget studio, but it's very budget. But Notepad, why the hell are they making a TRPG out of this? They've made this board game. Why do they make a TRPG then? What's the point? This $45, book right here for you to buy. Why are they doing it? Why? Well, the answer may surprise you. A lot of the times when companies end up giving off their rights, when you divvy up the rights to a franchise, what usually happens is that they get split across things. So sometimes you end up with situations like, well, the theme park rights go to person X. Well, the book rights go to person Y. Well, only the ice cream rights. The ice cream rights go to person Z. Usually what happens is the table game rights goes into the interested party. Table games usually cover everything, though. That's what happened with the Bebop RPG. Well, we need to make an RPG out of it because we have the table game rights, so we're just going to make it because we can do that. We don't want to lose the rights. And that's how you end up in situations like this. I believe RuneScape Kingdoms, the role-playing game, was more of a side thing from the acquisition of the board game rights. Well, we're here, we may as well do it. And anything I kind of look on, like so I looked at it. RuneScape Kingdoms, nothing really much about it. They actually have the board game on Kickstarter, made a good chunk of money. People seem to like it. Nothing wrong with this. I'm like, all right, okay. What's the catch? What are we looking for? Are we missing something? Am I looking at something wrong? And no, it's just exactly what you think. A lot of these guys do a lot of Kickstarter stuff. They want to get people really excited, they get people really pumped, and then nothing really happens. Which did lead to an interesting revelation that the RuneScape RPG was kind of a side project to this one. So, yeah, right here. This is the first thing that pops up. Well, it's not very good. But let's look at TTRPG. I mean, there's gotta be something productive there. And right here. Silver seller, 100. That means it's over 100 sales, 3 ratings, $20 for the PDF. Now, I'm going to be very honest with you all. This game kinda sucks. But it sucks in a unique kind of way. Like, not that the content is bad, it sucks because Steamforged Games sucks. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to come out and say it. They're not very good at their job. You fuck up 5e besides using it like... Honestly, that's why it wasn't 5e, because the magic system aside, Last Airbender would fit perfectly into a fantasy skirmish game. Because Magpie picked up the IP. But RuneScape Kingdoms. Let's get into it a little bit. Now, one of the main people behind it is these two. Now, Matt Hart, if you go to like, oh, the game concept, who's Matt Hart? Oh god, he's got to be someone important, someone exciting, someone anything really. Matt Hart, if you go to Matt Hart TRPG, Matt Hart, the guy who came up with it, is well, he's just one of the creative directors at Steamforged. That's his job. His job is to be at Steamforged. And yeah, he's one of the creative directors. Did he really do anything like that? Probably not. But he definitely put his name on there because he's middle management. The main guy, though, who apparently was the lead designer and writer, was Richard August. And if you kind of see of all of the various games that he worked on, yeah, kind of a smorgasbord of different games, of different ideas. A lot of 5e, lot of franchise games, but he has done a lot. That's the thing. You always got to give him credit. He's done a lot. And we do Richard August TRPG, and we look at him a little bit, and... Oh. Oh my, oh me. What happened here? Well, apparently last month he left the company. Yeah, he left the company, apparently. Yeah. To the point where it's, yeah, he was a tabletop roleplay game designer at Steamforged Games until today. He left for an undisclosed company in Dublin. Yeah, he left the company. Yeah, we're doing real good. Yeah. He's kind of a mid-range game developer. He's kind of a it's hard to call him a mid-range game developer, but he is definitely a guy who does things. You might like some of these games, you may not like some of these games. He does a lot of 5e stuff, he does a lot of Cubicle 7, a lot of Nightfall. He's worked for a couple different companies at this point of various qualities. Because, yeah, he is the lead behind the Dark Souls RPG, the one where you can't use a sword because you can't really. Yeah, then we have, yeah, the Dreams and Machines. He might have gone to work for Modifius. But those are our two main dramatis personae. Hey, Notepad. Oh boy. Opening scene. First Enterbrain was loaded Notepad, scrolling Twitter, looking at scrambled eggs. EBTS and Midnight Korra and Aang are very different stories. Honestly, Legend of Korra storyteller system be dark. Again, you know it's going to be really productive when Avatar Legends gets mentioned, and we're talking about RuneScape. God bless it. But this is our team of people. Now, Simone Taylor here. Simone Taylor should be fired. And Ginny Loveday. These two should be fired because this game is very poorly edited. But let's get into it because that's the fun part, right? Right. So, what is this game in general? Well, this is RuneScape. It's, RuneScape Kingdoms, the role-playing game, and canonicity. It kind of talks about the basics of what's going on, but all you really need to know is that this is a 3d6 roll-under game. Yeah, this is kind of budget GURPS. So, to get a little bit of help, we're going to bring in Sporticus. Yeah, someone mentioned in a wasn't proofreading an issue with Dark Souls also? Yes. Yes, it was. You can't use your sword because you aren't strong enough. They do the same thing here. Almost word for word. It's very fascinating. I don't know if they just don't care or it's kind of low on their priority list. Maybe that's the point. Who knows? So, someone mentioned Sporticus once, so I said fuck it, and we're going to I made Sporticus for all of these people. Yeah, no, it's just Sporticus. Why? Funny. Funny. But this is a 3d6 roll under game. Yeah, that might sound a little bit weird to you, but that's what it is. It's a budget version of GURPS. And I'm just going to say, if I were to show you this image, do you think RuneScape? Or are you thinking pretty generic fantasy adventure? Which is going to be a reoccurring theme in this one. So, the first 40 pages is quite literally a rundown on the lore of RuneScape. Because, yeah, RuneScape does actually have pretty extensive lore, by the way. Yeah, remember going to Lumbridge? Here's all the Lumbridge lore. This is mostly based off of RuneScape 3, so if you're like, I love old school RuneScape, this definitely is not it. And there is a lot of this, and it is blanket text. It's just, sit down, here is lore, enjoy lore. Probably one of the funniest faces in this book. Don't know about it. Isn't RuneScape generic fantasy? It's generic fantasy, it just... To me, RuneScape always had kind of like a comedic angle to it. Like, that was always the joke. But yeah, there's a lot of lore here. A lot of extensive lore, because mind you, things get wacky in good old RuneScape lore, like God Wars pretty frequently. And people usually tend to find themselves in... Yeah, there's a lot. You want to enter a God War? Yeah, you can enter a God War. And things like... and so on and so forth. A lot of the adventures that take place in RuneScape aren't like gigantic quests or whatever to save the world. It's a quest that is very mundane. It's very mundane fantasy. That makes sense. You are going on a quest to kill goblins because goblins are raiding our trade routes. We need to stop them because I want to make money. Hey, bake a cake for me because I want to... I want to make money. You know, I want to make money. There's quite a few... Yeah, quite a few gods and quite a few different things here. We're going to learn about that. The demigods, the various runes, because magic in RuneScape is effectively based off of runes. And we're going to learn how to make all of them, of course. But yeah, that is the first about 60 pages. Yeah, the first 60 pages of this game is legitimately lore TM. And that's kind of one of the things that you gotta look at. Like, are you invested in RuneScape lore? If I say RuneScape lore and you're like, woo, then yeah, this game's gonna be interesting on its face. Like, cool, it's more RuneScape lore. If you're like, RuneScape has lore? Question mark? Then probably these first 60 pages are going to be a little bit confusing for you. I genuinely did not know RuneScape had extensive lore because I played it when I was 12, and I'm a grown-ass man now, and I don't play those games because I'm a real adult man person. TMCR. Ah, right there. But creating your character, okay, easy enough. Creating our character. So, the most basic thing you're going to have are going to be your attributes and your skills. Seem a little bit weird, don't think about it too hard. Our basic attributes are strength, agility, and intellect. And of course, we've got our various skills. Now, you might be looking at one of these skills saying, hey, wait a second, Notepad, that doesn't look right. Can you see the one that doesn't look right? I'll give you a second to see it. Mind you, this was the official one linked to me on the Drive-Thru RPG page. This is the official one linked. Can you see the issue? I'll let you think about it for range in lowercase. Yeah, range is lowercase. I thought that was very funny. Yeah, there's little things. All that it is, just little things. Now, these are pretty much our main two ways of doing just about anything. Whenever you want to make a check, you're going to take whatever your stat is, plus whatever your skill is, and roll 3d6. And it's a 3d6 roll under game. So, for example, defense. My agility plus defense is 7. I'm going to roll the dice. Roll the dice, and I have rolled a 9, 11. I have failed that check. Damn. I'm going to make a wood cutting check. I'm going to use my strength. It's 6. I rolled a 6. I just barely succeed. There you go. That is how you play the game, really. Nope, Pat, that seems like you fail a lot. Yes. You're gonna be failing a lot. You said defense in a yick way. Defense. What? Defense. So, character concept, what's your character name, starting attributes, pick your backgrounds, and so on. So, your most basic kind of idea when it comes to the character concept is just whatever you feel like. You're only really human. Like, these don't do anything, by the way. It's not like, oh, I get a stat bonus for being from Misthalin or the Caridin Desert. You don't know. But I'm going to comment on this right now. This game has a really weird way of being written. It's very... Some people commented on it, some people didn't. This game is very safe. The way it's written. Characters in RuneScape Kingdoms, the role-playing game, are humans, as in the original games. It's very corporate, it's very safe. And I'm like, is that a bad thing? No. Is that just a thing? Maybe? Again, does the catalyst do anything? Yes, it actually does. So whenever you fail, you can explain to the GM how your catalyst gives you fortitude to try again. You pretty much make a you pretty much make a reroll depending on whatever your catalyst is. Whatever makes you go on adventure, you get to re-roll it. So because I have a desire to see others be active and live an exciting life, okay, cool, I've rolled the dice and I failed, so I get to roll the dice again and maybe succeed. Maybe succeed. And then, of course, we've got various knights. Motivation kind of does the exact same thing. However, motivation, instead of letting you reroll, is, hey, what's your motivation? And if you played your motivation once per session, you can restore lost life points equal to whatever your highest attribute is. I can restore 4 HP if I play to my motivation. I can restore 4. Yeah, okay, this isn't really that great. It was like double your highest attribute. Okay, maybe. No, it's you restore 4. You restore 4 HP. That's all you restore. Oh, gee. People are posting. Oh God. Manly Co's. My life is like a video game. Of course, unfortunately, Manly, you were bought and purchased by the Disney Corporation. That's okay. We are still franchise maxing. Mid-Manly. What, you don't like your fancy suit and Mickey Mouse your Mickey Mouse hat? Midley, his long lost brother. But getting back on track, my motivation is helping people. Yep, that's Sporticus's motivation, is helping people. And anytime he helps people, he gets 4 whole life points back. Woo! Technically, you have 2 ways of determining... You have a few ways of determining your attributes, which are a little bit weird. In short, you got 8 points to distribute among them. However, you got 5 points because you have to have a minimum of 1 in every attribute. It's entirely valid to just pump 1 to make 1 6. It is extremely valid, in fact. To the point where you can just pump agility and be really good in all things, to be perfectly frank with you. There's really no reason why you shouldn't just pump everything into agility. Agility maxing is still the best option available to you. Yes, but I went for a little bit of an all-rounder. So this is the random allocation. Yeah, so you may roll 2 d4s and 1 d6, allocating each die result to an attribute. Both d4s, but you must accept the result. If your attribute score is 5 or less, you may roll all of your dice. Technically, you can get much higher stats than this if you roll. On the other hand, technically I don't believe it would be... Yeah, it's very difficult to completely botch this. But if you do the random creation, yeah, you're going to get really jacked stats. Like, just jacked stats. Because even a +1 is really damn good in this game, mind you. Because remember, it's attribute plus skill. Hey, doesn't that mean I can reach a point where I am physically unable to fail? Yes. It is possible that. If your attribute has a minimum of 1 every attribute, just say start at 1 and then you can assign 4 points to them, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I never understand why people do that, but yeah, it's effectively you get 5 points. It's funny to me that agility tends to be the most commonly overstacked stat, because agility constitutes so much random shit. But having high intellect isn't worthless, it's just not as good as having other things. You know, crafting skills to make things, and of course, one of the weirder things, though, is each skill has a minimum score of 1 and a maximum score of 10. No 99 skill points, unfortunately, but they can reach a maximum of 10. However, your attributes, on the other hand, can have a maximum of 8. So, the highest attribute you can technically get, the highest combination, is an 18, which is a perfect success in all things, and there's nothing you can do to actually fail. Unless you have a penalty to it, or... No, even if because you don't actually have penalties in this game. Unless you do. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, a lot of these do pretty simple stuff. And then you get things like Slayer. How good are you at killing most dangerous creatures? How accurately can you exploit the spore of a deadly beast? How widely known are you for your skills as a Slayer? How skilled are you exploring dark underground places? What does Slayer actually do? It does something, alright. It does do something. Because you are a Slayer. Yeah. So, technically, every skill has a 1 in it. Yeah, every skill has a 1, and then the normal way is you distribute 31 points, which isn't quite right, because you distribute, technically, 10 points. Yeah, you distribute 10 points among all of them, but it says, oh, you have 31 skill points to assign as you choose. There's 21 skills, yeah. Like, why even say that? That's such a weird thing. However, I ended up taking... What you get is you get a background. Okay, a background. Easy enough to understand. And you get to, short description, package of 10 skill points divided between 3 skills. Alright. Oh, actually divided between 3 skills derived from the background. Well, that's 4 skills. Oh. Well, that's 4 skills, game. That's not 3. But okay, we're not gonna... Okay, that's 4 again. Okay, that's 4 again. Oh, I'm seeing that there is a little things. Little things. 3 skills derived, not just between skills derived from the background. 3 skills derived from the background. Oh. And then the first 2 things you possibly get are these 2. Technically, if you want to start as an average person, you start with 1 skill package. If you want to do with a little bit of experience under their belt, you select 2 skill packages. Except if you go with here, then you just say you have a background. 1. Sporticus only has 1, because he's just going to be a starting level 1 effectively character, and he just has a Wanderer. Just pick 2. Please, God, pick 2. These just give you skill points, and you're going to need them. Like, please, God, pick 2. So that has 5, by the way. We're not going to comment on that at all. Yeah, these are literally just they're just skills. That's all they are. And let's say, for example, again, Sporticus is a level 1 character, but let's say he picks up another skill. Let's say we make him a little bit more, we give him a little bit more gravitas, shall we? Let's roll this. 25. Sporticus is also a blacksmith. All right, easy enough. We'll go with blacksmith. So we scroll down here. So, crafting 3. So we look at the crafting. We look at the crafting skill. We bump that up by 3. We go to the defense skill. We bump that up by 2. And the smithing skill, bump that up by 5. Yep, there we go. That's everything. That is a competent character. We are very good at smithing, we have very good defense, and we are very good at crafting. Some attack in there. What's poppin', gamers? We're talking RuneScape. But yeah, that is the starting how you make a character. They're not too. There seems like there's a lot. Like, oh man, there's a bunch of these different skills and different abilities. But the player doesn't do, and like, these are very specific skills. And some of them are a little bit more particular than others. Generally speaking, pick 2 and go for it. Everyone is the exact same size. Of medium, everyone gets to choose your life points. Now, your life points are always the sum of your attributes plus your skill points. Okay, so generally speaking, my base skill points were this. However, I got 10 additional skill points. I'm going to bump myself up to 47 HP. Yep, I have 47 HP because if I added all of my skills together and all of my attributes. That is how this game works. These are the most important things in the world. So that is Sporticus, everyone. He is... Now, a basic character should start with 37, but there's also the option of playing not a basic character, so you should pick 2 backgrounds. But then we get into equipment. In RuneScape Kingdoms, the role-playing game, you can only keep a handful of active things on you. These are your active slots. Head armor, whatever cape you're wearing, arm, weapons, leg armor, body armor, pretty standard stuff. And then you only have a certain amount of space in your backpack. Certain items can be stacked, other items cannot be stacked. Now, you have 28 inactive slots. This is your inventory. You can be whatever you want. When you're not in combat, you can take an item from your inventory anytime. During combat, it works like that. So, choose your starting equipment from the packages below. Alright, alright. What? I chose the melee combat package. I get a sword, a helm, a shield, and plate body. Now, going to hit you all with this. Going to hit you all with a thing here. You know, in RuneScape, there's the metal tiers. Yeah, there's those metal tiers. Yeah, they don't have those here. Yeah, you don't have those here. Oh, you do have them, but not here in the getting your items section. Yeah, you don't get them here. Do you want to... Is the bronze sword or a rune sword? We literally had to make the call of saying, well, what the hell is a metal tier? It's a tier of the equipment. Most equipment in RuneScape is built off of something like bronze. It's like bronze, steel, and then you go with like mithril and adamantine and things like that. Better equipment has better metal. So, ooh, there. Now, They don't give you this in these packages, nor do they give you the appropriate short bow, dagger, or what your chaps or coif are made out of, or your boots, or your armored shirt. Yeah, you don't actually get any of the information you might need in this game, which is very, very weird. I don't know if that's on purpose or you just fucked up. Now, another interesting thing about this, notice how, if I would like you to point out that my attack with Sporticus is 3. I can't use a sword. They don't tell you this, actually. You have to have attack 5 to use martial weapons. So, technically, all swords are counted as martial weapons. Sporticus cannot use a sword. He is unable to. The game does not tell you this until much later, though. And in almost every situation, you are unable to get the requisite 5 points in attack to use a sword unless you pick two backgrounds. Which is not the right... Yeah, no, don't... Yeah, we made a call and gave Sporticus a bronze dagger instead. We thought that was a pretty appropriate. So he's got a bronze dagger, a bronze shield, bronze plate body, and a bronze helm. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, the editing in this game is just a little wrong. Not basic weapons, those are martial weapons. We can use a dagger, we can't use a sword though, because that's a martial weapon. Now, I want you to be reminded that this is the exact same thing that happened in the Dark Souls role-playing game. I'm noticing a trend here. Yeah, no, this isn't the first time. But one thing about it is improving your characters. Prove your skills. The main thing with RuneScape is effectively it isn't a swift process, but happens regularly. So whenever you use a skill, you mark it. So let's say, again, I've attacked some things, I've defended myself, I've gone fishing, and I've done some wood cutting. End of session. Cool. So at the end of session, what I can do is say, okay, I can choose one of these skills and increase them by 1. Because I increased it by 1, I increase my health by 1, and that's it. As long as you are using a skill, you get to use more. You get to get more. Now, whenever your skill reaches 5 points, you may increase the attribute by 1. You can never increase an attribute past a score of 8, which is weird. So, for example, using this as an example, let's say my crafting, I did some crafting and I bumped it up 5. I would get 5 crafting and I could say, cool, I want to get 5 agility. That is how that would technically work. Prove your attributes by improving your skills. Notepad, is it that appropriate for you to just power level certain skills? Yeah. But all skills, you could pretty much only get 2 skills, a skill up to level 10. Can you max out a skill in, like, 6 sessions? Yes. Did they think about that? I don't know. It's, yeah. So, one thing about this, I would... If you want to do the two packages, as you should, really, I would say almost ignore this rule, which is like, oh, you can't increase attributes in this fashion during character creation. Because what happens is, because Sporticus has a 6 in smithing, a 5 in defense, he lost 2 attribute points. So he can't improve those naturally. Because that happened. So your optimal thing to do is that you want to keep everything at about 4. You want to get to about 4 in everything, because you can just pump your attributes up then. Isn't the basic appeal relies on the grinding? Like, you put you on podcasts or elections, spend a few hours cutting down trees. How's it engaging in a tabletop setting? Especially the skill system, cut down a tree most of the time. The thing is, they want to have the RuneScape appeal, but they don't really have much to work with. But yeah, I don't hate this leveling system. Like, it just says, okay, every session you're getting something. It may not be everything. Like, okay, cool, I get attack, I got defense, I got dungeoneering, I got slayer and smithing. I can only choose one of these things. I'm like, okay, that's fine. You know, if you don't use the skill, you're not going to get any. Cool. And you can do things like, I want to improve my attack. I'm going to continuously try to attack things and get better at it. That's fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. It's just odd. It's a little odd. So yeah, and then again, some of the artwork looks a little odd. Very, very generic. Now, the cool rules of RuneScape Kingdom, the role-playing games, are designed to be quick and easy to learn. And they are very quick and easy to learn, in fact. All you really, again, as I've said, you roll 3d6, roll under. That is literally all you need. Now, rolling a triple, which is not very likely actually, it's a crit. You fail roll triple, that's a critical failure. If you triple roll succeed, you win. So pretty much 3 ones are always going to be a critical success. Cool, double the resources, attempting to win over NPCs, cool, everything is great. Things go horribly wrong, and then there is advantage and disadvantage. All advantage and disadvantage does is you add another die, roll 4d6, and you would just remove the die that's the worst, or you have to remove the die which is the best. That's really all that it is. It doesn't help as much as you would think early game, because again, a lot of your characters are going to suck early game. And it's just a lot of sitting there and waiting. Yeah, deformity and other less clear. You decide which ones are correct. That's really all that you need to know. If Sporticus wants to do something with agility and crafting, that's an 8. Cool. He wants to do something with strength and attack, that's a 6. Okay, roll there. Strength smithing, that's 9. All right. But yeah, that's really it. The idea is good by itself, honestly. It just needs to get harder to upgrade. Yeah, if you could go beyond 10 with these skills, if like you could go to like 11 or 12 or whatever, and there was like, oh, okay, you want to do something really cool, you got to do something else. Like you can take a penalty to it, but you get to do like effectively erases and things. But it's like after 10, it's like you need 2 check marks to get it, to get 1. You need 3 check marks to get 1. This becomes more and more difficult. I'm like, okay, that premise works fine enough. It's just GURPS at that point. But assisting, again, if you're assisting people, then you have the idea to gain resources. Now, gaining resources are a little odd, so I'm going to do my best to explain gaining resources. I, Sporticus, am doing some wood cutting. I want to do some wood cutting using my vast strength. Take my 3d6. I roll. Let's say, for example, I got a 3, I got a 1, and I got a 6. I got a 10. Oh, that's obviously a failure. If I fail a check, I get 1 of the resource. No matter what, I get 1 of the resource. I've spent that time getting it. Bunk, 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 got what I want. However, let's say, for example, I rolled a 1, a 2, and a 2. I've got a 5. Cool, I succeed by 1, because my ability is 6. I would get 2 resources. Because we do technically have a degrees of success system in this game. Now, the degrees of success, it's quote unquote, is a little bit what you would think, but whatever it is under, you get the more out of it. So you get fish resources, or you get wood, or something like that. So let's say my skill is 6. My skill is 6. I roll 7. I get 1 resource. Skill is 6. Skill is 6. Roll 6. I get 1 resource. Skill is 6. Skill is 6. Roll 5. 5. Technically, I get 2 resources. That's effectively what it is, whether you succeed or fail. Now, this is a little bit underwhelming, and yeah, that's the point. It's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be underwhelming. How long does it take, and how many times can I do it? Well, you can kind of just do whatever you want. Just wing it. The GM just says, wing it. Yeah. You know, eh. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, you know, just you can just do it whenever you feel like. You know, that's just what it is. So you're going to be using the Yormi crafting. You exceed the TN. You fail. You do not get the new item. You remove 1 resource of your choice from the inventory, and some spoiled. It is entirely possible that players will just want to grind wood cutting for a session and get endless amounts of wood, and then attempt to make bows and sell those bows. It's literally the RuneScape experience. What more do you want? There is no specific skill to determine how well a social interaction works with an NPC. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I would most likely... There's a little bit of wonkiness when it goes the social aspect is there because, well, it's an RPG and we need to have that here. They don't have a skill or anything for it. They don't have like the charisma skill or anything because, well, we can't really afford to have that here because we are playing RuneScape. Social interaction's already difficult enough. The 999 resources used in a single meal. Damn straight. Cheese making skill. So time in combat is very flexible. It's very, again, turns and rounds and all that. In RuneScape Kingdom, the role-playing game, combat is extremely... It's there. It's my team goes, then you go. Which is to say, heroes, then villains, heroes, villains, that's it. Technically, you can do the alternative action order rules, which is just popcorn initiative. Or, hey, you can do the initiative score value system using your armor, adds their armor value to it. Yeah. Characters always act first in combat. Most things are pretty easy to understand. So it's like, hey, I want to make an attack roll. Okay, what do you do? Mine misses. I hit. Like, it's things like that. It's not too complicated. Especially when you consider that a lot of weapons do the exact same thing. Now, when you do end up attacking, depending on what type of weapon you're using, okay. Yeah, well, which characters attempt to use. This can be discussed with the GM. Specify the attribute you use. When making a melee attack, you must use your attack skill. Yeah, you can just talk with your GM about it. Just talk to your GM about it. So, it's a skill test. So, you succeed and deal base damage. Alright. If you roll under TN by 1, you get a special ability. And anything more by 1, you get additional damage. So, skill 7, skill 7, skill 7, roll 8, that's a miss. skill 7, roll 7. Roll 7 equals hit, base damage. Skill 7, roll 6, hit plus effect, which is just still base damage. Skill 7 plus roll 5 equals hit plus 1 plus effect. Yeah, now, if you think things through for a minute, you realize, hey, wait a second, doesn't that mean having an insanely high combat skill mean that you get to one-shot literally everything? Yeah. Yeah, you know, you can, you hit pretty fucking hard, because enemies do not roll in this game. Like, enemies do not roll, they simply have a value you need to beat, or a value to defend against, which defense in this game is also fucking weird. Actually, no, I even did that wrong. It'd be 3 additional damage, so higher your ability, better what you're going to be doing. But let's just do defending. I need to defend, oh no! So we roll, and what happens is, again, agility plus defense, wearing themselves that slash, you know, strength and defense, you know, whatever you feel like, you know. So, your armor, if you succeed at your defense check, so to kind of give you the idea, if you succeed at your defense, what you do is that you reduce damage by your armor value. You are making an armor save, effectively. And anything under your armor, anything under your defense roll that you get, you add that to the penalty. Yeah, defense value of your armor plus an additional 5 points. So technically, if I succeed at my defense check, which is currently 9, I would end up mitigating the damage by 7. I would lower the damage by 7 points, and anything else I rolled under it. Yeah, that is one of the stranger things about this game is if you manage to pump any of these skills up to any degree of height, you will be one-shotting or taking no damage from every attack, pretty much. Especially when we start seeing how enemies are written out, this isn't even quite correct, which is really odd. So, these are you're gonna get your attack modifier into the defense modifier. Hey, is it easy to attack a colossal dragon? Yes, it's harder to defend against them. These are where the penalties, like flat bonuses and flat penalties, come in. Most things are going to be right here. Most things are going to be in that small to large category. When you start fighting a fucking dragon, yeah, okay, things are going to get a little bit more hectic. On the other hand, with your attack modifier that high, there's a chance that you will never miss any attack, and you'll just be rolling for how much bonus damage you do against it. Which can be quite a lot. Because don't forget, if you roll triples, you double your damage. So, hey, I rolled 2, hey, I got 18, I rolled a 6. That means I do 12 plus 24 plus whatever the base damage, I do 24 plus whatever the base damage of my fucking weapon is times 2. Which is going to kind of rip some people's faces off. But, ranges are abstracted, near, far, distant. What's movement like? You can move 1 or 2. You move closer, you move farther away. Oh, I want to do combat position rules. Don't bother it. Don't think about it. They make a big deal of being like, oh, well, here's the damage types. So stab damage, crush damage, slashing damage. These really only interact when it comes to the magic system, not much else. Sometimes the damage and special effects do their own thing. Not Also, you may be thinking, wow, this looks kind of weird, like it's all scrunched up. Yeah, I don't get it either. Because at first I was like, okay, maybe it's just the way that it's formatted, but no, this is just how it's supposed to look. Like, they have these huge-ass margins over here. I don't know if that's on purpose. But yeah, congratulations. You could heal by eating food. It's not worth it. It is not worth it at all. Fun fact, everyone. It ain't worth it. Hmm. You know, weapon qualities sometimes have better weapon qualities. They don't really. Okay, you die. What happens when you die? We'll get to that a little bit there, Buddha. We'll get to that a little bit. There's some points I want to make here. It's oh dear. So you're dead. What happens now? You wake up in the office of death, and at the end of the day, you have two options. Option A, I die in battle and it's still ongoing. I can roll twice, or I roll the dice just once and I wake up after the battle. So, 3, I give up 5 pieces of equipment. Doesn't matter what it is, I give up 5 pieces of equipment. Cool. 7, give up 1 piece of armor and 1 weapon. Reduce the skill by 3 points until the next session. Reduce attack or defense skill by 2 points. Nothing. This one's on the house. There are no penalties. Yep, that's how I die. You do get back up very consistently, but you can lose items, which I'm okay with. Welcome to travel tests. You're going to be making the travel skill. Usually it's going to be intellect plus the hunting attribute, and everyone has to make it, but if everyone fails, you end up getting an encounter. Which most of them are ambushes or nothing. So, then they kind of talk about the anatomy of a session, open play, there's quest play, downtime. During downtime, once you complete a quest, what happens is once you complete a quest, you're like, hey, good job. Well, we're not doing anything. You can train one of your skills. Well, hey, we've done these things. We've completed the quest. I am going to train my prayer, and I want to increase my prayer up to 2 or something. I want to increase my mining up to 2, something like that. Like, literally, that is all they do. Yeah, it makes a test against the skill most appropriate to the task. Yeah, they are just training out. Yeah, that's the main thing. I do like the idea, like, you can improve things between other things. So, let's move on to spellcasting. I want to be a wizard. How do you be a wizard? Well, in RuneScape, you have to use runes. Now, normally in RuneScape, if you want to be a wizard, as long as you have the runes, you can cast the spell. Do you know the spell, and can you cast the spell? The answer is yes, you can do it. Here, you have to make a magic skill test. If you succeed, congratulations. If you fail, but you don't expend the rune. Now, most damage comes into the air, water, fire, earth categories, and then we have usually some special effects. Does damage, congratulations. It's a giant special effect. You hit it, does big damage. Doesn't, you just roll, you just succeed at it. Quite a few different ones. Kind of see here, hey, it can't use an action, you're on fire, it gets knocked down, it's pinned, it's stunned. Now, there is the extensive rune crafting ability. So, I want to craft some runes. Buy or take runes. The most reliable method of acquiring them is through yourself, through the rune crafting skill. All right, you want to, okay, so we have essence, turn into a resort, all right. Once rune stones, you can combine it with other rune stones to cast spells. All right. How do I get runic essence? How do I get this? Well, you're going to get runic essence by going to an essence mine and mining using a pickaxe. Now, as you can see, we were trying very hard with this table. But Notepad, why do we even have this? Can't we just put this in something? The table contains the following information. Mining for essence requires certain items. You mean a pickaxe. It can only be where essence can be found. Can it be found in the essence mine? People were paid to edit this, by the way. I want you all to remember that. Like, people were paid to edit this. And that, it's not like, oh man, that like legitimately, like, here it is, ta-da. So, once you've got the essence, what you need to do is you need to start trying to make it. You need to use your rune crafting skill. So, rune scale time. So I want to make air runes. Well, I get a +1 to it, obviously. I need 1 rune essence, and I go for it. Cool, I succeed. Oh, cool, I get this. Ah, cool. Some are harder to make than others. Hey, death runes require a little bit more. Earth runes are pretty easy. Law runes are a little bit difficult. Soul runes, wrath runes. These can be pretty difficult. Now, the problem is you need to do these at a runic altar. Yes, you need to go to very specific places. Concepts of, yeah. So, if you want to, say, make an air rune, you need to go south of Falador. That is the only place to make air rune. But Notepad, we're adventuring. Notepad, we're adventuring in a completely different place across the continent. I want to make some air runes. No, you don't. Just buy them. I'm rune crafting. No, you don't. Oh man, I want to do. I want to do this. Well, you got to go out into the wilderness. Oh hey, do you want to make a death rune? Well, find an ancient and forgotten temple somewhere in the west of Ardouge. Oh, you want to go to make a water rune? Go to northeast Varrock, near Lumbridge. Mine ruins. Want to make bank? Make mine ruins. Prayers work the same way. 3d6 under your divinity. The big thing is that you have to expend prayer points. Now, your pool size of prayer points are determined by your prayer score. I start with 3, but my prayer score is 1. If you have, say, 6 prayer, that means you would have a lot more. You would have 18. Now, most of them don't require too much, but they are there. Now, most prayers are just blessings that just help you out, and anytime you rest, you get all your prayer points back. There is also the idea of summoning, that you can summon things if you want. Summoning is kind of a weird crapshoot, though. If you want to go down this route, you have to use summoning points, which is a completely different thing to worry about. As you can kind of see, there is no reason for you to say, well, at a certain level, to just say, I want to summon the big things. I want to summon, a terror bird or a scorpion or something, rather than if you have a really high ability. Yep. It calls them up for the duration of combat. So these are how spells are normally, built. So let's say, for example, the Claws of Gunthix, which requires a Gunthix staff, which getting a Gunthix staff is already a pain in the ass. We don't talk about that. But let's use Confuse, or a little collection of purple stars at the end, baffling and disorienting them. You need 2 earth runes, 3 water runes, and 1 body rune. Wow, that seems like a lot of runes to do that. And the answer is, yeah. You're gonna be doing this a lot. You're gonna buy a lot of these. This is where all your, if you want to be a wizard in RuneScape Kingdoms, the role-playing game, get ready to start burning a lot of get ready to burn a lot of money because you're gonna need it. Yeah, some of them are like, let's say like we got Earth Blast, Earth Bolt, Earth Wave. A vast majority of them, as you can kind of see here, just do a set amount of damage based on effectively whatever your magic skill is. So it's kind of the same principle as attacking. Roll, you attack, you do roll well, you get bonus damage out. But you're just spending a lot of money. Because being a wizard is being an economist. Restaurant I like going to. A restaurant me and my mom went to got shut down for health violation. Huh. But yeah, it's a lot of enchantment, crossbow bolts. Everything is there. Don't get me wrong. Like, everything is there. You want to do fire damage? Here's everything you need. Hey, you want to do fire wave? Here's everything you need. Like, they've got all of the things except the slave. One person was very mad that the Flames of Zamorak did not require the Zamorak staff. So, sorry, queens. And you don't need the Saradomin staff for that. There is technically the teleport. Yeah, the teleport ability. Yeah, drawing a circle. You just teleport people if you want. Which, again, it's an economic game, so make sure you have the right amount of money. Yeah, there's quite a few different spells here, but again, everything does cost something. Like Wind Wave, for example. If we look at Wind Wave, I want to buy everything to use Wind Wave. So, that is 5 air runes, so that costs 50 already, and a blood rune, that is 120. Yes, that is $120 to cast to cast Wind Wave, dealing 15 air damage. Yeah, that shit's expensive. So, prayers. Most prayers are spend this and you end up getting something in return. Increase attack score by 6 for 4 turns. Hey, Mystic Lore, do this. Does it, like, alright, so what prayers do I end up with? Well, all of them. Okay, what spells do I have? All of them. What can I summon? All of them, as long as you can pay for it. Yeah, one of those just stranger facts of life in this particular game is technically if you have the money, you can just cast every spell, as long as you have the appropriate runes, which I think is one of the reasons why the runes cost went up so much. You know, it's like, yeah, you genuinely speaking, it's like, oh yeah, no, you just have it. Like, yeah, technically Sporticus, if he puts 1 point, mind you, 1 point into his prayer, he can cast improved reflexes on himself, or he can cast fucking burst. He can technically cast burst of strength on himself whenever he wants. There's no, like, limit to see how you can cast spells or anything. There's no, like, anything like that. So, literally everyone can always cast Burst of Strength on themselves for free, or Sharp Eye for free. There's no reason you can't, and there's nothing saying you can't either. Or just cast Thick Skin on yourself. Which, cool, I guess. Is that cool? I don't know. It's very weird, is what it is. Which is a very consistent thing, is, oh, that's kind of weird. Huh, that's a different way of doing that. Everyone gets everything at once. Neat. Do I want to be a wizard? No, you don't want to be a wizard, because being a wizard's fucking expensive. Don't you have to succeed in a prayer roll? Like, if we go up here. No, that's down to. Yeah, technically you need to make the prayer check, but like, it's really not. What do I want to? There's no downside. The fact that everyone can cast everything is like, yeah, like everyone can cast everything. It's just one of those really weird things. Like, yeah, if you have a 1, you can, you'll still probably fail. But hey, GM, can I use prayer plus agility? Like, yeah, all right, it's 5. This is odd to me. It's very strange. Generally speaking, when we get to weapons and item, welcome to getting raw materials. Yes, we like grinding up materials out, right, everyone? I like grinding materials. You like grinding materials. Woo! Now, most crafting is based around the concept of conversion. I get X, I need to make it into Y using a skill, and I might be able to make it into C using another skill. A, B, C. Easy it can be. Now, getting raw materials just takes time. So here's all the various kinds of fish. Notepad, where are my monkfish? Well, you don't have that. Can I catch a shark? No. Type, fish. In the fish category. Fish. Location, sea. So, okay. All right, then we got meat. What do we need to get meat? Bow and arrow. What do we need to get this? Meat. Yeah, we bear meat. Again, we got bird. We got chicken, cow, rabbit, rat meat, snails, frog legs, toad legs. This leads to all our various minerals, which pickaxe, ore, mine. Yeah, there's a couple. This is one of those things where it's, okay, this feels a little lazy, where it's literally, oh yeah, you just copy and pasted all of this, this was quite literally just Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control. It's not too. They had a spreadsheet, they selected it, and they went down. But that's what you're supposed to do and all that. You could probably do something a little bit, I don't know. Especially when it's wood. Like, yeah, okay, I wonder what the wood is called in the wood category. Is it wood? Maybe. Who fucking knows? Where's wood found? A forest. Nothing more? Can I just find magic logs everywhere? Can I find redwood logs everywhere? Yeah, they're just found in a forest. They require a hand axe or a great axe. Okay, what forest? Just the forest. Crabs do not exist. There's a game in all these tables? Yeah. Effectively, you say, I want to fish. You pump your fishing skill. Cool, I have a net and I can catch some anchovies at the sea. Cool, I make the roll 8 million times and I catch 8 billion anchovies. Or, hey, here's how I get wood. Wood, or seeds. Or, like, this one's pretty bad, where it's like, yeah, what type is it? It's produce. What do we need equipment-wise? Spades. What farm? Nothing else? No? Alright. Herb, fickle, field, forest. Like, we could have probably shrunk these tables down a little bit. So, I want to convert things into other things. Alright. We're going to need to make a check, obviously. Will they tell us what check we need to make? No. We're just kind of improvising what it would be. So I'm assuming that this is probably going to need... So if we look here, we're assuming, anyway, that to make an adamant bar, I'm probably going to need smithing. So I get 1 adamantine ore, 6 coal. Actually do it quick. quick look. We okay, there's coal. We can get coal, everyone. And we can get an adamant bar. We succeed the check. Bronze bar, 1 copper, 1 tin. Bronze equipment. Make pots. Make glass. Ooh, glass. Of course, we got all our various kinds of bars. And then we get food. Now, this is why food is extremely underwhelming. Now, there's something very appealing about chowing down on various lobsters and other fish and things. Most food that you have heals 1 life point. 1 or 2 life points. I have 47 life points. This isn't going to change any difference. This isn't going to change anything. And also, in the food category, the type of thing we're looking at is food, by the way. Just to make sure that we all know. Gotta give him credit. There was 1 fruit on that table. So, then we have this funny thing. So here's swordfish cooked. Heals 3 life points. Mind you, 3 life points. Ooh, boy. And it's worth 16. But if we go all the way up, by sheer technicality, the swordfish loses value if you cook it. Truly. A day. Cooked watermelon, which you, yeah, don't you know you can cook watermelon in a pot? Heal 2 life points, which is the exact same thing as eating a yak. Yay. And technically a cooked tomato is the exact same point of a fully cooked rabbit. But luckily, fish pies are objectively the best. Well, technically, objectively the best is stew, because stew is very easy to get a hold of, because you just need raw meat, and it doesn't matter what kind of meat you have. Because again, beef is, well, you're kind of seeing what I'm putting down here a little bit, hopefully. Or cooked strawberries. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yeah, there's because even if you like go up to like combat and stuff, we all the way back up to, like, now mind you, you have to consume a potion. You can't consume food from your inventory. Now, again, this is most likely a thing they weren't thinking about, but yeah, you can't eat food in the middle of combat anymore. You know, like in Runescape, you can't do that. But don't worry, we have the ability to convert into a million different things here. Cool. So then we got, obviously we've got our various, things, which of course in the potions category, everything is potions. Because, of course, why wouldn't it be? Most of these are pretty basic stuff. Like, the big ones are like, you can get some that are like, oh cool, I want to do a Bastion potion, I want to get all these things. I want to get a fishing potion, I get to do all of these. Literally getting a bunch of fishing potions isn't the worst thing in the world. Well, how do I get fishing potions? Crafting? Maybe herb lore? Would it be herb lore? I think it'd be herb lore, right? Now we get to the funniest part. Welcome to weapon crafting. So, what you need to do is you need to get the right metal bars to make what you want. Sometimes you need additional resources. Hey, I want to make a hatchet. It's 1 metal bar. I want to make a dagger. That's +2 to the time. And I need a appropriate metal bar. Great axe needs 3, so on and so forth. Machete. So, a ranged weapon, you need the appropriate kind of log. Now, these require very specific kind of logs. Others of them don't need very specific kinds of logs. Hence, things like wood log for the short bow. So, and you need to pair these up appropriately. Now, that might sound a little bit weird. Require wood in order to craft, but which wood? Well, you need to pair up the wood correctly. Ammunition crafting, of course. You must craft tub. Correct. Yeah. Get ready for the fletching ability. Oh, yes. Do you like making arrows? I know I love making arrows. Oh, yeah, baby. We're back. Time for endless steel bars. Yeah, now, mind you, to make the bronze arrow, we need a 1 metal bar of an appropriate type. You could almost call it bronze. Can we put in, I don't know, a bronze bar? 1 bronze bar? That sounds far easier than just doing this. But that doesn't also require copy and pasting. Similar idea here. Now, you might be looking at the armored shirt and saying, wait a second, the armored shirt, I don't remember that in RuneScape. That's the robe. Yes, that is the robe. Because they don't actually have robes. Wait. The adamant crossbow is made from a U-log? Yes. Oh yeah, this is where they stop caring. I can tell you this right now. This is where they stopped caring. Of course, various different abilities. Again, I want to build a machete. I want to build this. Pitchforks, clay, sickles. Again, look at the craft melee crafting table for these. Huh. Fishing rod. Huh. Okay, so we finally got to weapons. Cool, okay, the weapons have got to be interesting, right? Well, sometimes they got special effects, sometimes they got special abilities, but let's just do our simple melee weapons. These are our simple melee weapons. What does that mean, though? As I said earlier, if I... Here, first the table entry, simple versus martial weapons. May notice some weapons class is simple, and others is martial. Now, simple weapons can be used by any character, and you need 5 or more, or a range score of 5 or more to use the advanced range weapons. All you need to know. So, these are our basic weapons. So, if I want to make a rune dagger, it does 8 stabbing damage. Stabbing do anything in particular? No. Don't worry about it. This is 8 damage. I want to make a rune club. Oh, okay. All right. Then that's there. All right. I'm pretty sure that it wasn't quite. All right. You know, that's there. You know, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? You know, it's a little thing there, right? Just a nothing much. Just a little thing, right? There's a little note there. Again, various different kinds of a stake. Yeah, you can have a rune stake if you want. Then we get to the martial melee weapons. So here's how the martial melee weapons are handled. Same idea, gradually improving with it, and you understand why I said like the fact that they don't tell you is kind of weird. What you get, because there are a lot of different things here, and they are very expensive, relatively speaking. So, as you can kind of see, bronze is your very basic. Everyone's going to have bronze. Then it's going to iron, steel, mithril, adamant, and finally rune weapons. Now, we're going to go to the one below me, and we're going to die a little bit on the inside. Welcome to range weapons. Okay, cool. Darts. All right, darts make sense. The short bow. The bronze short bow. The oak short bow. The steel oak short bow. The willow short bow. The yew short bow. The rune yew short bow. The rune yew short bow. Yeah, they fucked up a little bit here. We thought at first, like, oh, this has to be the arrows, but it's not. It's not the arrows, fun fact. Because you can technically use the arrows with any of them. And yeah, it's... For some reason, they label it like this. I don't know why they label it like this in particular. Like, yeah, this is what I mean by there's a lot of, yeah, they're kind of phoning it in a little bit here. Let's not kid ourselves here. They are phoning it in a little bit. Yeah, so mostly while the raw damage of the ranged weapon is determined by the material it is made of, the special quality is unlocked by rolling sufficiently under TN is determined by the type of ammunition as determined below. So, yeah, it's like, okay, so the U short bow determines, like, this is kind of the ammo. I'm assuming what the ammo is, but that also doesn't really make any sense very well because, again, we've got the ammo up here. And you've got all the bows up here. I'm like, okay, how much damage does it do? Oh, it determines by the material it's made of. So, okay, how much damage does a longbow do? Well, it does 4 damage. But I have iron arrows with my longbow. Well, no, you don't. I guess. Yeah, welcome to this shit show. I don't fucking know what the plan is here. It's a very weird chart, and I don't quite get what they're saying here. Am I missing something? Is it just written weird? I do not know. Yeah, I do not know. We do have some of the, more advanced and unique melee weapons, of course. Same idea down here. But yeah, it's a little bit... It's the metal sights on the bow. Yeah, then we get down to the idea of armor. Now, armor follows the same idea. Again, we've got our armor value. Again, there's no cloth armor or anything like that. You cannot wear no robes. Interestingly enough, though, bronze and iron is effectively the same for a vast majority of things. Technically, chapped plate legs are the exact same up to about dragon hide. Actually, adamant and runes are even the exact same, technically. Yeah, no, apparently bronze chaps / plate legs are the exact same as adamantine ones. Or boots do technically get better, or the armored shirt does technically get better, but not much else. Yeah. One of those odd bits and pieces. One of those, that's kind of weird moments. Like, yeah, you kind of see 111. Dragonhide manages to be that. Now, for those who played RuneScape, you notice leather is not here. Yeah, there's no leather armor in this. All armor is considered to be metal because there's no leather working skills or anything like that. Which plate body does technically get worse as you get heavier armor. Like, mithril is pretty good in that regard. Yeah, vambraces get ever so slightly better, but not as much. Like, chainmail doesn't really get that much better. Yeah, then you get dragonhide, but dragonhide does its own thing. It's like, oh. Oh, don't forget about the unique different items here when it comes to the spine, all the spined gear. Because it only has retaliate 2 on the body piece. Da-da-da-da-da-da, clap. Yeah, this is... They, how do I want... They gave up at this point, I think. I think the editor was like, I don't fucking care. So, cape. So what's a cape? Every time in RuneScape you reach max level at something, you get a special cape. Saying that you are the best. You must complete the objective first. So, Most capes are pretty easy. Awarded for killing a thief trying to rob you. Blue awarded for capturing an NPC trying to run from you in a quest. Awarded for recovering a great treasure. Eagle Cape, the flying monster. The Victor's Cape, the +1 intellect cape, defeating a druid, baking and selling a cake. Yep, if you make a cake, you get that. Now, how do I bake a cake, you may be wondering. All right, I want to find how do I bake a cake. This is extremely important. So, well, obviously it has to be in the food situation, and oh no, I don't see a cake anywhere in here, everyone. However, will I figure out how to bake a fucking cake? But hey, it's fine, right? It's fine! Yeah, there's, yeah, all the capes of accomplishment are, do you reach 10 in something, or... Yeah, yeah, so the, yeah, some of them are, truly awesome Runescape song. Yep. All items crafting cape can be sold an additional 10% more. What additional resource? Yeah. Woo! Yeah, some of them are a little... Ooh. These are just a bunch of descriptions of the weapons and such. So, yeah. You capture it, you kill it, and after you cook it, it becomes cake. I love cake. I'm assuming the idea of baking a cake isn't complicated. It's just in this game, it would be complicated because that's half the fun. So as a GM, they do literally give you the official RuneScape wikis here. Yes, these are QR codes. You can look. They talk about the idea of like, okay, what do you want to do this? Is it a classic fantasy story, a grand epic, lighthearted? Is it mundane? Kind of the appeal to it. Quests of RuneScape. Go on a clear objectives, have cool things happening, building your own quests. There's something going on. Quest making isn't very difficult. It's RuneScape. How to go on a dungeon. Roll some dice. Go do the 5-room dungeon. Just do bigger dungeons. You know, make a dungeon. What's the dungeon explanation? Make a dungeon. You know, a dungeon that has RuneScape dungeons. You know, like that. Most of these are pretty simple stuff. Like, yeah, most of these are, you know, difficult to achieve, but far from impossible. Everyone gets a cape. You get a cape, I get a cape, we all get capes. Now, we're going to go over what the monster profiles look like. So this is a monster profile. This is a barbarian. So, as a barbarian, as you can kind of see, they've got an armor value of 1. That means any damage we deal, they take 1 less. Except if it's in melee, which they get +2. So they reduce all damage by 3. They only have 18 life. And anytime it's their turn, they're going to roll a d3, and they're going to smash. They deal 10 crushing damage on a failed defense test. This is the weird thing right here. This line. Failed defense test. Failed defense test. Failed defense test. And I took a second and I thought about it for a bit. And I'm like, failed defense test. Now, if you remember, dare I say, if you opened it, that button. If you remember, dare I say, if you remember, how defense worked. Yeah, we still on. It's like exploded. Yeah, this one's a bit of a long one. How does defense work, everyone? You roll and mitigate damage based off your armor. You don't roll and mitigate damage based off your armor. Yeah, you don't. I don't know if this was just overlooked, but the way that this is the way that I read this is, I only take that damage if I fail my defense check, not I take 10 damage, I roll to resist it. Which is a really weird statement, because that contradicts an earlier part of the book. And at first I was like, oh, cool, like maybe it's just like you deal 10 damage, but no, this literally contradicts it. Because, oh, it deals 10 crushing damage on a failed defense test. What does this actually mean? This means you are going to take 10 damage. If you succeed at your defense check, you take no damage? I take reduced damage? That's, the wording on this is weird. And I was like, that's odd. Why is that worded that way? You know, like sometimes you look at it and it's like, okay, that makes a little bit more sense, but it's like stabbing on a failed defense test. Huh? That doesn't make any sense. So unless you are interpreting things a correct way, which is an important thing you gotta think. If you interpret things correctly, then it's one way. Well, this isn't the way that it is. So, these are all the things that you can summon, by the way. This is what they do. Nothing too exciting. Boars are very dangerous. Boars will kill you. Bears are very dangerous. Chickens. Technically, chickens cannot kill you. However, they can balk at you. And if they balk at you, you have to make a failed... They deal 2 damage if you on a failed defense check. Cows will just try to kill you. Yeah, it deals 4 damage. Okay, it deals 4 crushing damage with the knockdown quality on a failed defense check. This makes sense. Okay, cool. It deals 4 damage, but if I fail the defense check, I get knocked down. Easy. Easy enough to understand. But that's also... But then you see things like this. It deals 3 points of stabbing damage. Huh, that's odd. Why are things worded on different things? But yeah, it's... This is one of those things where it's worded wrong. I don't know if it's worded wrong because I'm seeing something wrong, or it's worded wrong because they don't know what they're doing. And there are quite a few different, enemies to fight. We've got Minotaurs, which are technically, from what I gathered from RuneScape Strongest Soldier, not quite right. Mummies, of course. Want to fight mummies. Trolls. Fighting trolls and mummies. Good old vampires, werewolves, zombies. Boss monsters are bigger and scarier, and they have a shit ton of life, health point. That is, Count Draenor has a shit ton of life, and he will mitigate a lot of damage, because Count Draenor is scary. The Kalinomancer is also extremely scary. However... then you fight Elvarg, one of the scariest monsters in the setting, is technically weaker than both of them. Yeah. Yeah. We don't talk about that too much. Couple gimmick boss fights. We got all the brothers. Basic index of the character sheet and so on and so forth. Is RuneScape Kingdoms a good game? No, it's not. But it's... How do I want to word this? Is RuneScape Kingdoms a bad game? Yeah, it is. It's bad in a... This is just poorly written kind of way. The system is perfectly serviceable. It's a 3d6 roll-under game. You played this before, you will play it again. Can you remove the entirety... Can you call this Fantasyland Adventures and the game still functions? Yeah, the game will still function perfectly. You can call this literally anything else, and the game will still work. It's poorly written in an editing kind of way. Like, it's just not very well put together in certain aspects. I think some people dropped the ball, didn't care, or maybe they just didn't want to care. And again, there's... If we kind of look at, like, the... let me see if we can find the credits for this. If we look at the credits, like... I think these four were writing some things, like, all of these people, Gabe Hicks, like, all of these people were writing their own things, and they were all writing together, and at absolute no point did anyone think to talk to each other at points. And then when it hit these two just didn't care. Like, why the fuck should I care? I got no reason to care. So things read weird. And you look at it deeper and you're like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. How does this work? Like, well, because Alex Delaney did something. Well, Matt Hart did something else. Well, Richard August wrote these 4 parts. But Cat Evans wrote another part that tied into it that makes it doesn't work anymore. It's a very weird... It's a very weird experience going through this game, because you're like, yeah, like... Yeah, it's laziness. Like, it was a paycheck. That was all this was. Like, I'm not trying to be, not trying to beat around the metaphorical bush here at all. It's lazy. But getting around to it, let's start on our next thing. We're going to talk about another little game called the Skyfarer. Because, yeah... I'm like 2 hours into this thing and my throat's already dying. What is Skyfarer? Well, Skyfarer is a little bit of a weird story. Now, the thing is, if we look here, it's hard to find much about it. This is where it is. For the longest time, this was not actually on any website. It was actually on a British magazine. It was on a British magazine. And I thought it was really weird. I can't remember what it was, like, effectively on a tabletop, like, magazine in the UK. That's where they was exclusively handed out for a very long time. And it's written by Grant Howitt. You might know Grant Howitt because he made Honey Heist. You know that game. He's also part of Rowan Rook and Deckard, the people who do literally everything I've learned. Like, every game that I'm mediocre on, I'm like, yep, that's definitely it. Technically, this was written on behalf of Failbetter. What's Failbetter? This is the guys who do Darkest Luncheon. Darkest Luncheon, a very different game. These are the guys who do these games. Sunless Sea, Sunless Skies, Mask of the Rose. These are the guys who do this. The guys who do... This is mostly a product for Sunless Skies to promote it. That was a big thing. Like, we want to promote Sunless Skies. For those who don't know, Sunless Skies and Sunless Seas takes place in the Fallen London universe, which is a weird thing to say, but yes, it takes place in the Fallen London universe. Fallen London started as a browser game, I guess, like browser visual novel. Hello, phone. Started out as a browser visual novel thing, and it gradually kind of expanded on from there to make Sunless Sea, which is a game about being on a boat, and Sunless Skies, which is about being on a train that flies. Very weird setting, very interesting setting in its own right. Now, we are getting apparently a Fallen London role-playing game, though, from Magpie. Yeah, their custom tabletop role-playing system, a big, nice book and everything. I have a strange and beautiful feeling. It's probably going to be PBTA, or it's going to be Blades in the Dark. But we can dream, right? We can dream and believe. But before that, there was Skyfarer, and it was written by Grant Howitt. Grant Howitt is a man who does tabletop things and gets mad at Elon. Here he is Grant Howitt. Again, this is just how he functions. Technically, Chris Taylor was also involved. This guy, again, writer of Heartspire and a bunch of other RPGs. It's by the guys who are at Rowan Deckard Card. You might know these guys. They did Eat the Reich. Eat the Reich is not a very good game. Very weird thing, but I don't know what you would call it. But Rowan Deckard Card do a lot of little weird games, little weird things. I did not much care for Die. I did not much care for Eat the Reich, but I respect that they're doing their own thing. I may not like it, but I respect that they're doing their own thing. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Like, yeah, this was released in 2018. Yeah, this was a fucking older one. So here's everything you need to actually play the game. So we, though, of course, as we are doing our best here, let me actually fucking goddamn it. You've seen Hollows? No. I'm not invested in the Fallen Stun, like the Fallen London setting. Like, that's not really it's not my jam. And like most of what I see from Rowan Deckard Card, it's like, that looks interesting. Like, I don't care for it, but so of course we have Sporticus again. Sporticus to help us. So this game is 21 pages long. Not exactly the most complicated thing in the world, and don't worry, it's not going to be very complicated at all. Whenever you are going to do anything in this game, you are out of the book, and everyone gathers together, and everyone has a good time. Most of the time, you're going to be needing a D6 and a D10 for pretty much everything. Just one, you having more sometimes help, but usually just one is all you need. So, explain the following. Pick a profession, make up 2 qualities to describe their character, make or choose a name for the character, rate their abilities, choose 1 or 2 integrities for your character. So, obviously, I wrote a Sporticus, who is obviously a navigator. He is a fun-loving and athletic navigator. And he's got 1 iron, 2 heart, -1 veils, because he's not very good at misdirecting people, of course. And he always saves those who need help, and I hate inactivity and indecision. Because he's Sporticus. And we love Sporticus. Now, effectively, the captain is indisposed on your literal flying train. Your captain is indisposed, or something has gone wrong. Oh no, is it something illegal? Is it something dangerous? What's going on? Where does the game start? It just explains in start. Who else is involved, and things go on from there. So, the thing is, your captain is always going to be indisposed. He is not going to be available. You do not play the captain. The GM does not play the captain. The captain does not exist. Why is this the case? Because they want all of you to feel like you're on equal footing with one another. And if you're all on equal footing with one another, that means you're making decisions not based off seniority or power. You're making decisions based off character. Easy enough to understand. Nothing complicated than that. Sporticus does have an airship in the show. Yes. Called the Sports Ship. Yes, it's called the Sports Ship. However, I made Stingy the captain because I want to make Sporticus a character, and that's we can't have many things. So Stingy is the captain of the Sports Ship now. So, what's going on? Well, what's the captain like? Oh, what's the crisis like? Well, what allies and antagonists are we into? And yeah, nothing too exciting, nothing too grandiose. you do end up having to set up what your engine is. Now, your engine is, again, a flying train, effectively. Or class of locomotive. Obviously, the sports ship is a beautiful and old-fashioned Pelennor, because I thought that looks most like an airship. So, that is what we are. Hey, what's Stingy doing? Stingy's being useless, but don't worry, we're all aboard the Pelennor. Oh, the sports ship, called the Pelennor class sports ship, yeah. Well, yeah, Pelennor class sports ship, which is a Pelennor class ship. There we go. Haha. So, name, 2 qualities, pretty easy to understand. Anytime you're operating with the engine, you're going to be using their qualities to do things. What does this mean? It means that you're going to be rolling that. Cool. What do you do on your ship? Cool. As the navigator, I want to find optional routes. What's the captain doing? Doing something stupid. So, we're halfway through the game at this point, and we don't know how to roll the dice yet, but that's half the fun, right? Your integrities are what make you you. These are things that are deep-seated beliefs. I believe in this, I want to act on this, and if you act on it and you do it, you get tenacity. Tenacity is extremely important. You need as much tenacity as possible. However, once per session, you can always change one of your integrities to reflect an emerging truth behind their motivation, which is a really fancy way of saying I can change it whenever I feel like to do something else. So we got our very basic ability scores. Iron is your ability to confront and overpower. Yours is to investigate and discern, deceive and misdirect, and convince and endure. In a little bit more technical terms, water. Love me some water. Also, thank you very much, Buddha Zen, for following. So, these represent, qualities or kind of like your behavior, quirks, abilities, things like that. Some are positive, some are negative. What happens here is the idea of success and failure. Whenever you need to make an action, you're going to roll the dice, and you're going to try to beat a 6, 8, or 10. You're going to roll 1d10. All you're going to be rolling. Sporticus, oh no, you need to do something. Well, d10, and he rolls a 9 plus his +2, and he succeeds. Sporticus, oh no, you need to roll iron. He rolled a 7 plus his 1, that's an 8, that's a success. Sporticus, roll veils. He rolled a 5 minus 1, 4, he failed. Easy enough to understand. However, when it comes to your qualities, here. So, if you have a quality or condition that's beneficial to the action, you add +1. If it's more complicated, you receive a negative. Hey, being fun-loving and athletic gives me a +2 to it. If something pops up that's useful. Hey, this is something valuable. Hey, this is something good. Hey, this is something that I need to have happen. Cool, that's fine. Now, this is work together, high number, the character has performed the action successfully. Awesome. If you fail, though, that's going to go wrong. You increase their peril. It falls under the difficult and can use prompt to show how well the action went. So, what is peril? Instead of having health or anything like that, instead of having 10 health or 5 health or whatever, you have peril. Peril sucks. Peril is bad. So anytime you fail, it goes up maybe by 1 or D3 or D6 even. If it's just tens, it's 1, D3, D6. But then you have danger. So if you roll less or equal to your peril score, after they suffer the consequences and are in danger. Now, effectively, if the adjustment takes place parallel above the action roll, it's not an issue till the player's next action. It is, however, possible to become in danger even when the player succeeds in a roll. So, when you are in danger, you are in danger. Something bad is going to happen. You are at the mercy of the elements. Someone has to come over and help you. Or, if they don't, they're going to probably die. You lose your character. Effectively, anytime your peril increases, let's say I have 6 peril, I roll a 1, for example. I'm in peril now, I'm in danger. Something is going to happen unless someone saves me. Little weird, but alright, that works. Honestly, the Runescape got me more excited. PBTA sucks. Yeah, it's not quite PBTA. It's more based off of Lady Blackbird. That's a big thing. Very Lady Blackbird, which is kind of like proto PBTA in a way, but not really. Yeah. One of the things to get you out of danger is spend tenacity. Oh no, you're in danger. Spend tenacity to lower their peril into 1-to-1 cases. This is why tenacity is very, very good. Anytime you get tenacity, you can say, okay, my peril instead of being 3 is now 1. Hey, instead of having this is now 2 or whatever. You can just lower your peril. And that's good. Anytime you're out of danger, you reset everything to 0. All right, cool. I don't hate the peril and tenacity system. I don't hate it. I think it's an interesting enough idea. Maybe not for something like this, though. Like that's the weird thing. Maybe not for something like this game, but in a very different context, the idea of things going worse and worse and worse until something finally snaps is not a bad idea. Then you have conditions are very... Conditions were added because they needed something to put in there, and they kind of said, like, yeah, this is close enough. So all the condition is me writing in a problem. Hey, they have one too many brandies, they are drunk. If they grab a sheet of metal and charge into danger, they are shielded. These are just temporary conditions, relationships, or something that you have. Hey, I am, I'm glowing or something. Oh no, I'm in love. I'm wanting to fight someone. I'm pissed. I'm angry. Let's do it. They add a +1 or a -1 to their roll. That's it. That's it. Yeah, you can change some of these, like, this is like another one of those things, like, yeah, this was just written in because you had no idea what else to do. Advancement's pretty easy. You can choose to increase your integrity, to add a new integrity, I should say, add up to ability scores, increase tenacity by 2. This is good. We like more tenacity. Tenacity is nice. Neato. Good. Now, what's changed? What's happened? What's going on? Also choose to swap scores around if you want, but that's really nothing too extravagant about this one. I want to talk about this game for a while, because it is Sunless Skies, especially now with the Sunless Skies RPG coming out, which is interesting in its own right. So it's kind of just a small little thing saying, hey, do you like Sunless Sea and Sunless Skies? Here is a game. Is it flawless? No, it's not my cup of tea, but I could see someone who, how do I want to, if someone approached me saying, man, I really like this game, I'd be like, yeah, okay. Nice, simple, to the point. I think that's the best way of wording it. It's to the point. Now, oh goodness. I'm going to get some water now because my throat is shot to hell. Oh. Hello, I'm back. I'm alive. Now we're going to talk about another franchise that I think we all love and appreciate. We're going to be speaking about Tomb Raider. I said we're going to be talking about Tomb Raider. There we go. Welcome to Lara Croft's Tomb Raiders. This game you probably don't know about, because it was never really officially released. Now, did I miss Homestuck? There will be no Homestuck today. I decided against doing fucking Homestuck. So, effectively, when you type in, Tomb Raider TTRPG, effectively, the first thing that kind of comes out is Shadows of Truth. This one. Role-playing adventures in the world of Lara Croft. Evil Hat. Wow, look at all this. You can tell it's really interesting and, all really interesting. Because there's a lady with no legs. And yeah, it's there. It's Lara Croft, all right. Now, yeah, it's like, all right, interesting enough. Escape its colonial past. Would be Tomb Raiders. Oh wow. Yeah, it's But then we get this. This kind of popped up for me anyway that I thought was kind of weird. This is the official Lara Croft's Tomb Raiders tabletop RPG and campaign. This is literally everything here. Mark of the Phoenix campaign 74. And it was like, oh, this is kind of a weird thing. This came out about a year ago. This was before anything was announced. I'm like, oh, it's this, but it's not. It's Lara Croft's Tomb Raiders. Huh. Now, the thing is, Crystal Dynamics took back control of Lara Croft from Square Enix earlier this month, and there's no impact on the, which is now their 25th anniversary, and it's later than expected, but it's entirely free. Yeah, this was not the original game, because there was this other one, Lara Croft's Tomb Raider. Lara Croft's Tomb Raiders RPG. This kind of came out of nowhere, and everyone was a little bit flummoxed by it more than anything. This was effectively, Lara Croft's Tomb Raider, Mark of the Phoenix, the free tabletop RPG made by Matt Gaston. I did see somewhere that he had been working on this since 2009. Yes, 2009. This guy's massive passion project. This is his thing. I'm like, that's kind of neat. That's kind of a weird idea. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, who is this guy? Who is Matt Gaston? Oh, or Matthew Gaston, TTRPG. And it's nothing. Yeah, game has been in development since 2009. Let's see. Yeah, the game has been in development since 2009 with senior technical designer Matthew Gaston beginning playtesting back in 2017. Yeah, this game is not young, so you're like, all right, who is this guy? Matthew Gaston was one of the senior technical designers at Crystal Dynamics for many, many years. Look down here. He worked at Studios for a while. He worked at THQ. And for the past literally 19 fucking years, yes, for the past 19 years, he worked at Crystal Dynamics. For almost 20 fucking years, he was one of them. He was one of the instrumental people behind the new Tomb Raider reboot as a senior technical designer. Marvel's Avengers, Rise of the Tomb Raider, all of those new ones. He was very instrumental in them. Then he left the company and went to work at Worlds Untold. Now, some of you may know what Worlds Untold is. Some of you may not know. No one writes RPGs like Gaston. When I was a lad, by both Tomb Raider reboots then, yes. He was one of the technical designers behind it. However, he went to work for a company called Worlds Untold. Oh my. Creating worlds we dream of discovering. Oh my. Oh, well, we got a nice, good cast here. All right. Explorers Wanted. They don't have any. Oh, NetEase Games. Ooh. Yeah. Effectively, what happens was Worlds Untold was a new game studio from NetEase by Mac Walters. Mac Walters was going to make his new Mass Effect series. This was a project director. Like, I'm a writer, a project director. He's gonna do it. It's gonna be great. Awesome. All right, let's see what's poppin'. What's poppin', everyone? Oh, three days ago? Oh. It's hard to find the right words for this, but I want to share that we've made a very difficult decision to pause operations at Worlds Untold while we search for a new partner to help bring our vision to life. This was not a decision we made lightly. It's been a deeply personal journey, and we're also proud of everything the team has built together. In the meantime, our incredible team members will be exploring new opportunities. If you're looking for passionate, talented professionals, please reach out. This is a heartbreaking moment for everyone involved. I'm deeply grateful for the support from our partners, friends, and family. Time we've held together, Worlds Untold. We're pausing for now, but this isn't goodbye. There's more to come, and look forward to sharing a next chapter. You, time is right. Yeah, the company collapsed. Yeah, the company collapsed, and because the company collapsed, right now Matt Gaston is not working. I think probably. He's not doing much right now, and I tried to actually find Matt. I wanted to email him being like, hey, hello, Matthew Gaston. What is your jam? I want to know more about you. Why did you write this in this literally nearly 15-year-old passion project? Tell me more. And I couldn't find jack shit. Couldn't find anything on it. This is about the extent I could find on him. He's been in the he has been in the business for a very long time. As you kind of see in 97, he's been in there 27 years. He's been doing the song and dance. And it's here, you see a couple of these other people like, oh, principal game designer, and like, oh, senior producer at Worlds Untold. A lot of people here in Worlds Untold that suddenly Worlds being untold still, very much so. And this is just what he does. He's control guy. Yep, that's it. That's all I could literally find on this game, was that it existed, and the guy who worked on it definitely did exist. Buy the new one. Buy the new thing. What is new? Buy new. I love the new thing. So, that's really all I can do with the background on this game. It's a game that started in 2009, saw playtesting in 2017, and released last year. Is this game interesting? Well, yes it is. So, let me bring out my character sheet here. Character sheet here. Yes. Say hello again to Sporticus. Yes, we love Sporticus, everybody. Now, as you can kind of see here, wow, this character sheet looks really fucking busy. And the answer is yes. This is the official character sheet. That is a character sheet variety. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is Yeah, this is a little bit pretty extensive, but I'm going to do my best to explain it to everybody. So, one of the things here, I actually looked in some of the artists, like Joanna Bliss, Camellia Minkova. These two guys, and even the guy who did the cover art, these guys worked at Crystal Dynamics. I'm assuming Matthew literally got his buddies at Crystal Dynamics to put something together for fun. And probably got a couple of his other buddies and people that he knew from around the office to help him with it. And that's it. I find that it's very cute. It's very, haha, that's fun. I like that. Good job. So, basic introduction. Hey, something's going on. Evidence of advanced antediluvian civilization. One thing you're going to notice, though, with this game is while he worked the Crystal Dynamics reboot, he does have a thing for old Lara. He likes old Lara rather than new Lara. Just the way that you're going to see things. This is 2009, mind you, when this game came to his mind. Both empty and overfull from first glance. It's very... You're going to notice things are going to be very utilitarian. This was made in probably Google. This was made in an Excel document. And you're going to realize, yeah, no, this is... So, adventure role-playing. Oh, cool. It's the Raid Master. But don't worry, with some video game flavor. High-stakes action of video games. The archaeological myth investigations of Tomb Raider. Cool. Heavy focus on action-oriented skill. Not just combat, but athletics, driving, and manipulating machinery. Yeah. Video games. Remember, this guy worked in video games for literally 27 years. I can kind of forgive this one. And, so, and you can also tell this was made by someone who is very, technical based, because, we have step distance instead of meters versus imperial, because we don't deal with that. We also have the shorthand notations. Make sure you remember your notations, by the way. You're going to need to. Bequibd represented an attribute. Raw endurance, quickness, perception, cleverness, will, and destiny. Criteriums: grit, tenacity, reflex, alertness, intuition, mettle, and spirit. Number of successes roll. The sum symbol. Yep, the sum symbol is used. Indicate a test roll using this. Shorthand for steps. Approximation of how expensive something is. Shorthand for bulk units. Yeah. Oh yeah. So, basic idea is, well, we need to make a character, obviously. Give the Rune Master some time to make things. Rules are flexible. Everyone should have fun. Cool. So, anytime you need to make an action, you're going to be taking a number of d6s equal to attribute or skill. You're going to be rolling those dice and counting up the number of successes you have. Success is equal to... The success is just equal to whatever the challenge is. Equal to or greater than. So let's say something is pretty unusual. Let's say I'm making a navigation check, an unusual navigation check. I'm going to roll the dice. I'm going to roll like shit. I'm going to roll the dice, and I got 2 successes. I rolled a 1, a 4, and a 3. That's 2 successes. Woohoo! We did it, everyone. That's 2 successes. Now, if I rolled under that, that's a fail. Generally speaking, you just need 1 success to actually be successful. And sometimes, though, you might get some extra successes can be used to move faster, do more damage, do things. Generally, though, anytime you need to succeed at anything, 1 success, you're good. That's all you need is 1 success. Now, sometimes you're going to get this test notation. Dice greater than target, success. So, you might end up with, yeah, if this looks horrific to even comprehend. You might end up in something like this. Q. So, what this indicates is that my gunplay skill needs to beat your quickness, whatever your quickness rating is. So if I have a quickness of 3, and you have a gunplay of 2, you would roll that 2, and you missed with a 1 and a 2. If you rolled a 3, you would have hit me. And, get ready for lots of notation. Yeah, this has, yeah, get ready for notation, notation, notation in this game. And it really wants to make sure that you understand what you're getting into. Especially when you get things like this. Gunplay greater than defense equals damage plus successes. Means that the successes from your gunplay test get added to your damage. And anytime you have an impossible test, you have like one really weird way of doing impossible tests. So if something is, say, difficulty 6, you normally cannot succeed at a difficulty 6. You cannot roll over a 6. However, take my dice here, and yes, me, need to lower my skill down to make it up to a 5. So let's say, for example, I've got navigation 3, and I need to make a difficulty 6 check. To lower it down, I would be only having a navigation 2 versus 5. I roll, and I fail. I can't roll for shit today. Yeah. Technically, you cannot reduce it further than that. You just reduce your competence down to make it easy to do as long as it is 5. So, most things do not need a test. Active test, just roll. What are you trying to accomplish? Opposed tests. My successes versus your successes. Oh, right there. Well, it's not even really that. It can be my successes versus your successes, but it may also just be against an attribute and variety. Hey, I'm trying to outrun you. What is your quickness? You know, quickness is 3. I rolled 2 successes. Go me. I beat. Passive test. Usually it's an opposed test you don't know. Now, then we get to some tests. This seems extremely complicated, but it's really not. So, I have multiple dice. I want to gather multiple clues, multiple things, multiple interpretations. I want to shoot multiple people. Cool. So, you have a challenge versus 1. So, you add together all of the values of the successful die, divide that sum among the various objectives with a 1 to 5 cost of challenge rating. What does this mean? There are multiple objectives that need to take place. There's multiple things that need to have happen. I'm going to roll. How many dice are successful? Well, I've got 3 dice that are successful. Well, I need to divide that sum. How many dice that are just actually successful? To add together the values of all the successful dice. So I've got a 12. And then I divide that. So let's say I have challenge rating of 3. I would have 4 and all. Enough. Not enough to fulfill any remaining objective. It's a little bit weird to word it, but it's effectively we are trying to add multiple dice together to achieve a bigger result. If a dice fails, you don't add it at all. So it might be a dice versus 3. Anything lower than 3, 3 or lower, you don't actually add. Sum up dice greater than 1, then subtract number of each target affected. Boom, boom, boom. Again, lots of attempts like that. Get ready. So, you're going to be making saving rolls quite a bit. Saving rolls are literally just, please God, there's going to be something going horribly wrong. What are we going to be doing? Make an active test to try to not die. Yeah. If you keep making saving rolls, it gets harder. Stung repeatedly, even a weak poison can kill you. Ah. You monster. Oh god. This is what happens. Ah, hello. Ah, hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. My name is Notepad and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Today we're going to be looking at we're looking at Lara Croft's Tomb Raiders. See, I need to have focus scream at me more. Is what I should do. Hello. Don't worry. I'm not ignoring you. Too late, everyone left. Damn it. This is what happens when I get drawn in. I'm focusing. I can see it. It's right there. My eyes. It's called being focused. This is what happens when I get focused. My eyes, I see it. In my mind's eye, I can see things. We're talking about games. We're gaming. That's what happens. The only thing that gets Notepad out is a gunshot to his best friend and mascot that he didn't protect. Hey, man, you could have protected Manly earlier, and you didn't. You didn't save Manly. You let yourself die. Because he was busy thinking about 3-polygon Lara boobs. I'll have you know, we haven't even hit the funniest point yet. Yes, hello everyone. My name is Notepad. I focus really hard on games sometimes, especially when it gets to really complicated games like this. I should really have a word when it comes to rating and have it... My eyes. Eyeless Notepad. Real. See, I would like to believe that I can pay attention. I'm multi-disciplined. I can just see things or add a raid horde. I should add a raid horde noise. But it's like, oh man, I don't get raided that often, so I don't need to add any funny noises. Then I forget. Then I do get raided, and things go horribly wrong. It's great. This is the kind of content that the people come for. We're just working on our Kismet class. That's good. That's good. See, oh yeah, you. I think I am still in the Discord. I'm still there. I saw you guys looking for more people actually. So I'm like, yeah, that's enough. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on. Of course, I don't like going over. I do not like going over games that aren't done yet because things change. But yeah, I know we've. I'm in there. Don't worry, I'm there. If you ever need to chat, feel free to. I'm always available. I'm always here. Yeah, we talked about the Runescape game. We talked about the Runescape Kingdoms. We talked about Skyfarer, and now we're talking about Lara Croft and her 3-polygon boobs. Alpha's actually going to be our done mechanics-wise state. Ooh. Ooh. And there's just balance. See, you say, oh, it's just balance there. Little do you know, that's the fun part. He is not always available. He is lying. He will tell you that he is and gaslight you about it. Hey. See, the problem is Horace here is being a little coward and sometimes contacts me at 3 in the morning saying, Notepad, I need you to fix my game for me. And then not show me anything and then act sad in his little stupid chair. There's a reason you get in the chair. People said you can't. I always answer from the shower. Ah, time zone. Las Kuchen chair. The worst part is, he is in the same time zone. That's the worst part, Short. He's in the same time zone, and I know he is. Well, let's get back on track. Oh, we know pre-alpha's been a pain to balance, but alpha's been a constant work to get mechanically finished. Hey man, that's all you can hope for. Well, let's get back into the mix here. So, saving rolls, make a roll, assisting. Okay, you need to assist. This is by far one of the weirdest assist systems I've ever seen. I'm going to do my best to explain it. So, hey you, yes you, I want to assist you. Because we need to climb this mountain together. So I'm going to make my climbing skill roll. Wowzers, I succeeded really well. You, though, are incompetent and cannot climb very well. I just need one success to climb. I can give you my dice to help you out. Now, you may be thinking, well, you rolled 3 successes. This person needs more successes. He needs more successes. Okay, cool. So you just share your successes. No, you give them your dice, and then they roll the dice to see if they succeed. Yeah, assisting's a little funky in this game. It works, and I don't hate it. It's just weird. Like, okay, that's like, it makes sense. It's just odd. Because like when I was reading it, I was like, oh, well, you hand your successes over to other people. So if I roll a bunch of successes, I can make sure everyone succeeds, you know, but it might hinder my success. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. I'm like, nope, it's literally being able to, you know, work together, which this statement right here is probably the most important one in the game. Teamwork is the key to success. If you notice, Sportacus does not have many skills. Sportacus is not great at academics, or even getting into battle, or crafting in general, but he's very good at exploration and traversal. He is going to need to help people with exploration and traversal skills. But someone's probably going to have to help him with crafting, someone's going to have to be helping him with fighting, or being academic. But if someone's super academic, they might not be very good at exploration. Well, that's why I'm here. Work together or die alone. That is a big thing in this game. I like that. Yeah, every dice is a chance, so it's treated as, well, counting your chances of attack. Is there anything about each chance taking more or less time? No, not really. It's kind of the idea is like when you are assisting someone, you are throwing them dice saying you can try this again, or maybe you get to add additional successes. And they even give you the idea because like for example, the climbing kit gives you a +2 to climb. And so you might be thinking, well, in an optimal situation. So I'll pose a question to all of you. So let's say there's there's person A, person B, and person C. Person C, we have one climbing kit. So person A has got a climbing skill of 4. Person B's got a climbing skill of 2. Climbing 2, and person C's got a climbing skill of 0, which makes it a lot harder for them to climb. Who gets the climbing kit? Who do you think deserves, or who do you think needs the climbing kit in this situation? Because the unique thing here is technically there's a reasonable explanation for all 3 of them. Yeah, that's the funny thing. Is like there is a reasonable explanation for all 3 of person A, B, or C receiving the climbing kit. Person A gets more dice that they can potentially share around. Person B gets them more readily available, so you have 2 sets of 4 rolling. Or person C can also just have skill in it now, allowing them to not take a penalty to it. So do we want to roll more dice? Do we want to roll better dice? Do we want to roll optimal dice? That's kind of the unique question, especially when it comes to the assist rolls. Having a lot of dice still means that they can fail. They can still roll 1 success. And if they roll 1 success on 6 die, They get to do it, but those dice are now gone. Yeah. That's kind of the interesting thing. That's the thing that's I do like about how they handle the assisting with it, is that it's not guaranteed. Because if it was guaranteed, like if you get X amount of successes, you can share those successes around. You should only give L boost. Everyone should be maxed out in one stat effectively, because you can just hand over every success. You are more likely to roll successes than else. But with this one, it's like, it's chances. You might roll well, but do we want to take that risk? Which is always the big line. Do we want to take that risk? Which is appropriate for Tomb Raider if you think about it. Well, yeah, you can take you can take the safe option, or we can beat the risk. Taking the safe option may bring us slower. It might hinder our efforts, but we get to get there a little bit faster. So, characters are pretty easy. What are we doing? How are we doing it? Like, please don't. If you make a skeptic, make sure they stop being a skeptic. Hey, if you play a scoundrel, know that you're still a good guy at heart. And of course, we've got our various attributes. Again, we're dealing with old Lara here. Good old Lara. Now, you get 16 attribute points to distribute among all of them. Now, Sporticus here, obviously, decided to be a little bit more average than he probably should have been. Again, I dropped cleverness. He's got goodwill, got good destiny. Pretty average on there. He's a little bit more average than the average bear. It could probably have dropped one of these, like probably dropped his spirit by one. But we'll get to why that's a little bit weird. Say, like, you want to make a quick character? One's 4, the rest are 2. Yeah. Rules are often abbreviated with the first letter, B for bronze, so forth. Yeah, Bequib. So, these are your qualities. So, qualities, or your traits, these are one of the things I'm not too enthused about, but each of these qualities are technically a meta currency that you can spend to do things. Each one does do something. Grit, reduce incoming damage, tenacity, keep going if you're under danger, dodge attacks, spot hidden enemies, get clues, act to resist, or activate your talents, which are pretty useful. Yep, and all of these are just that. Now, this is where it gets a little bit... This would have been great with an acronym. Yeah, no, it feels like at one point there was an acronym, and they're like, nah, we don't want the acronym. This is how you get words like erudite in a word, and this is how you get erudition, is trying to get the acronym. Or adroit. I love the word adroit. And no one will ever take that away. No, Pat, you can't use erudite. I'm always right. Erudite. It's here, everyone. We're making it. Notepad is very cromulent. Exactly. You see it. You understand. So, talents are your special abilities. Cool. This is your ability to be cooler than other. However, weird things are you need to have destiny to get these. You need the destiny attribute because you get quality from spirit to activate your talents. This is one of those weird mechanics where I feel like, is this really necessary? Like, is this really what we need? All right, a little bit weird, but okay. Most of these are pretty, character choose talents equal to destiny. Some of these are pretty simple to understand. I've got money. People find it easier to trust me, things like that. These do something. All of these do something. And they are powerful. They are useful. And like, hey, quick character, choose confidence, luck, trust, and instinct. Instinct is really fucking good because you just auto succeed a save. Oh no, I'm going to die. No, I'm not. Various skills. Now, most things, even if you are like have a 2 or a 3, and like you might be thinking, oh man, 2 or 3 isn't very good. No, 2 and 3 is, fully trained and good as most professional. Yep, you are good enough. Now, getting 5 or getting a 4 is difficult. When you are first starting out, when you're first making a character, you might have a 4 or a couple 3. How I distributed Sporticus' stats, I should have gone a little bit more heavier into traversal skills, but I got a lot of exploration, so I thought, nah, that's appropriate. It is appropriate enough that Sporticus has very high observation because he's a nice guy. It's not a problem to have 0 in a rank. Now, you get 2 training packages. Now, these training packages are worded weird. So, first things first, I chose athlete. So, special sports player, Hollywood stump from recreational thrill seekers. Physically fearless, push themselves, team hires athletes to help them reach an accessible or dangerous location. So, you get 10 points among all of these with a minimum of 1 in each of them. So, I add all of my skills and then distribute the rest. Didn't get too many, but I distributed them. So I get 5 there, plus 5 additional ones. Then I have to distribute all of these points among these. So evasion, medic, navigation, got a couple. Then I also chose to be a guide, so I have to pick all of these ones here as well. And then I get some transportation ones as well, which of course Sporticus chose flying, driving, and riding. Because of course Sporticus would choose flying, because he could fly. Don't you know? The blue elf can in fact fly. So if I wanted to be a little bit more particular, I would probably have gone with mercenary. But kind of depends on what it is. They want you to do like the custom packages and in short, roughly speaking, I'm doing this about right. So, and the athlete package, for example, has 10 points plus, it has about 15. Generally speaking, you got about 30 points to distribute among everything. If you want to go fully open-ended, you just get 30 points. Distribute them among all of your skills. Game tries to stop you from doing that. You don't really need to do it. That's just what it is. However, we start getting into secondary trading skill points. Oh boy. You ready for secondary trading skill points? Because based off your cleverness, based on how smart you are, you get bonus skill points. Yeah, you want bonus skill points? Yep. They literally say, like, yeah, if you have literally no fighting abilities, please put something in. Yeah, like, just put something in it. I used hand-to-hand because I didn't get any hand-to-hand skills, so he has a little bit of hand-to-hand combat ability. And then you get 1 advanced training skill point, which is a completely different kind of skill tied to another skill, which I ended up with eye for detail. Is that a little bit weird? Yeah. Not gonna lie. Yeah. It's a little funky. You do get choose whatever gear you want. There's quite a bit of gear. Patrons. The patron section is very funny because the patron section is here's Lara Croft, and you can also choose to play one of these other people if you're lame and playing a different game. Please go away. You're like, oh. So, brawn, endurance. These do something. All of these do something. And, how big you are, how, what's your resilience, your recovery, encumbrance. All of these are usually tied somewhere on the sheet. Again, it's very... How do I want to word this nicely? we want to do things as we want to do things as easy as possible. So we're going to write down exactly what you need to put where you need. Well, what's your concentration? What's your what's your defense? What's this? Here's all the information that you need here. Which you're going to learn how to throw a punch very easily. So, perception, vigilance, initiative timing, spotting danger, noticing opportunities. A lot of these. There is always something that your skills do. Each rank in the skill is plus X or plus X dice. Plus X die. So having a 3 in something means you roll 3d6. Having a 2 in something means you roll 2d6. Having 0 technically means you're going to roll 1, but it's going to get more difficult. So instead of being difficulty 3, it becomes difficulty 5. Instead of becoming difficulty 1, it becomes difficulty 3, etc. But you're always going to be able to roll 1 die, which we're going to make that up a little. It's a little bit more wonky there. That because now we have qualities. So a quality is, at the end of the day, a pool of resources that you can spend to get something. Grit reduces injury. Tenacity lets you go on even if you are heavily wounded. Reflexes let you fucking Neo Matrix dodge. I want to spot something hidden. I want to get a hunch on something. I want to act as you will, which is pretty useful. Hey, you're under mind control. Nuh-uh. And activating talents. You can always spend a quality point, though, to add +2 dice. This is one of the most valuable... This is one of the most valuable things that you can spend these on. Because +2 does mean you become skilled in it. What does that mean? It means you become far more skilled at doing things and skilled at better, which means if you have a 0, you can say, I'm going to spend one of my good boy points and add 2 dice to it, which is decent. You're trained. You know what to do there, which is valuable. But again, it is 5 different meta currencies, and that's something you gotta know. It's like, yeah, this is 5 separate meta currencies, technically. And I'm like, ooh. Alright. Yeah, technically, if you fail a saving roll, you may spend a corresponding quality to treat the saving roll as a success. And you do recover them pretty quickly. So, talents. Talents are pretty simple to understand, nothing too extravagant with them. Some can get a little bit more example. Some of them are a bit larger than nothing. Like, hey, confidence allows you to reroll skill dice for 1 roll, whether you succeeded or failed, but before they explain the consequences, before you attempt a saving roll to mitigate a failure. Yeah. Except being exceptional means that you can put a 5th attribute point in something. Hey, you have high faith in things. What does faith mean? That means you get to negate certain abilities. Honor is massive, and if you activate honor, you can activate you can recover some of your qualities. Yeah, this is a pretty large concept. There's a lot. Instinct just lets you say, which is very funny to me because you can always use instinct to be like, oh no, I'm in danger. What's going on? No, I'm good. What if I don't do that? Yep, yeah, they do tell you, like, here's how to make talents and such, but that is... You know, it sounds a lot like Candela Obscura, except this is a lot better. Repurposed. Well, I mean, it's probably open season for it, though. Not much about this game is out there. So, combat is pretty damn dangerous, though. I will say that. Combat is fucking dangerous. One thing I do like, though, is that everyone has to announce effectively what they are doing. I want to announce what I want to do something. This determines my initiative here. Hey, I want to whip someone. I'm gonna Indiana Jones whip someone. I have a 1. I act on 1. But if I want to punch you in the face, I act on 4. That's pretty fucking good. Hey, some action initiative penalty to bring the total below 0. Not be performed in time. And that's pretty bad. So. Woohoo. So, looking to test observation, you can try to find leadership, things like that. But basic combat movement is you can always move steps. Q steps over normal ground. I have a quickness of 3. I can move 3 steps over ground. Some people may be, maybe three additional steps away. They may be 5 steps away. So, hey, without rolling, I can move that over Q plus 5 if I'm sprinting. If I am running, but I don't need to make a check. I want to make a traversal. I have to move over something very difficult. Well, I've got to do this. Cool. Might take me a while, but everything's measured in steps. We want to keep things abstracted. We want to keep things simple. Now, most actions in combat are, resolve action each round initiative order. Players can change their actions each round. The easiest way to handle and announce the initiative of the fastest NPC and asking if any players are doing something faster. So, attack in melee. Cool. Quickness defense rate, attack at range. Alright, neat. Hey, I want to defend myself. I want to reevaluate any tactics, weapon. Hey, reload a gun, restrain grab someone. Pretty easy to understand what you're actually doing. Now, most of the time, you're going to be testing against quickness. Quickness is your main thing you're going to be testing. It's very, very useful to have high quickness. If you have low quickness, you're probably going to die. I have a defense of 3. They need to effectively beat a 4, 5, or 6 to hit me. This is painful. They've got a 50-50 chance of hitting me with literally anything. Unless I do the defend action. If I am doing the defense action, hey, I'm just going to try to dodge. I need to dodge right now. Defenses are free and automatic. Some things, you go away completely prone, otherwise immobile. 0 defense to be attacked, you can hit automatically, or test 1 for more successes. So, I have a normal defense. Hey, they are making an attack at me. They want to beat me up. They have to beat my quickness. If they succeed, cool. Now, hey, I'm being attacked, but I need to evade them. My evasion is greater than 3. Beat evasion 3 and contest the opponent. So, oh no, they're attacking me. What's going on? This is bad. They've scored 1 success on me. Oopsie doopsie. So I'm going to try to evade. Evade them. I get 2 successes. I successfully evade them. I dodge out of the way. But I've spent my action to doing that. Ooh, that's not good. Hey, if I'm prone, good hand-to-hand defense, which, hey, try to beat someone up in hand-to-hand combat. Turns out blocking is pretty good. Now, resilience is, how do I want it? This is your ability to not take damage. So my resilience is 3. Cool. Let's say they have damage, let's say they do 2 damage to me. So they're going to roll 2 damage. They're going to roll 2 die. Roll, and they failed. That means they do no damage to me. They do no wounds. However, If they do no damage to me, I'm still going to take a little bit of batter, which is a little bit of saying you're going to take a little bit of stun damage. Cover kind of works the same way, which is the idea of just adding a bonus to your resilience to not take damage. So, I've been hit. Ow. Damage is bad. Damage brings wounds. Wounds hurt. I die. So, let's say I hit you again. If we we'll use my we'll use the kick. We'll use the punch right here. Actually, we'll use the kick. The kick does 3 damage. So, roll damage dice with a challenge equal to your resilience. Now, anytime you score success, it's a wound. Serious injury. These are bad. Fail dice cause batter, which is then stun. So, let's say I get I hit you, get 1 success and 2 stuns. Oh, okay, this is what happens to me. I'm wounded 1, I'm still going, I'm injured. But I get knocked back a little. I'm interrupted. Whatever I was going to do, I'm now off. I now can't do it. Now, there's a potential that you can just mitigate a lot of damage. It's just very difficult for you. Except when it comes to precision damage, which bonus successes possibly means bonus damage. Turns out getting stabbed hurts. So, you take 5 wounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are effectively incapped until someone can come over to help you. It is very difficult for you to stay conscious after you take 5 wounds. It doesn't seem like, oh, well, it's just 5 wounds. You're going to take damage. And if you do take even a little bit of damage, it's not fun getting it back. These are serious fucking wounds. Stun, on the other hand, is a little bit more manageable. You can manage stun. Okay, it's cool. Based on the amount of stun accumulated, the higher the stun, the more effects you suffer simultaneously. Ow. Hey, greater than equal than batter, increase batter before calculating stun. That means, hey, if you have not a lot of batter, you don't take that much damage, you have high wounds, you are now, you are now taking even more. If your will is 3, this reduces stun to 0. It is... So it's like, stun accumulates over multiple hits, like wounds, recovers much more quickly. Each round, you can erase stun, starting with the lowest knockback. Back to the line, recover. So, effectively, taking even a little bit of damage from almost anything can at least do some kind of damage. And this still is not fun. Now, taking, let's say, 5 damage, you get all the way up here. Oh, shit. I'm vulnerable now. Hey, I gotta spend spirit to get rid of it. I'm dazed. -1 in all actions. I'm balanced. I'm interrupted. Just a little bit. All it takes. Note that if you are knocked down, a recovery action does not reserve this. Yeah, getting your shit rocked doesn't necessarily mean, like, if you just get punched over and over again, most of the time you're not gonna die, you're just gonna get KO'd. It's gonna knock your ass out. Now, you can technically lead to assists in combat. Yeah. Yeah, you can actually assist people in the middle of combat. It is very funny. So this is kind of the various different weapons and abilities here. Many things are hand-to-hand combat. You're going to learn to love hand-to-hand combat because, well, it turns out stabbing someone usually makes them stop doing it. Or just enact kung fu. When in doubt, just kung fu. Alternatively, there's also gun. Or big gun. Assault rifles, right? Yeah, they've got the whole 9 yards. But don't worry, we also got grapples. Or a lasso. Do you want to have a lasso? Yeah, technically it's like, yeah. You want to have a custom skill of archery? Yeah. Yeah. weapon damage. Like a lot of like weapon damage stuff is like when it comes down to like damage, like 4 damage is pretty fucking bad because that's 4 against whatever your resilience is. So that's rolling 4 dice. You know, if I roll, wow, I rolled 3 successes, that's 3 wounds. Like getting shot once could probably send you down. Or you just get hit by a rock and you deal no damage, but you get hit by a fucking rock. Probably going to do that or hurts. Various different kinds of abilities, different kinds of things in general. Like sweep, like yeah, instead of causing damage, you can attempt a non-lethal attack to attempt to stagger, trip, or knock your foe down. Yeah, various ammunitions. Not too difficult to actually get ammo. Now, recuperation is, you need the medical skill. You have to sit down and you need to heal. It's fairly easy to heal. If you want realistic recovery rules, you can go down that route. I wouldn't recommend it really. Everything relies on burden up to brawn. So my brawn is, if we here, my brawn is 3. So I am unencumbered. Bring in more stuff, I start losing attributes. Hey, if I am way over, I can't move. However, this is where the use of backpacks come in handy, because backpacks are really nice. When every moment counts, the time it takes to remove an item in your pack depends on the speed and size of the pack. So, effectively, you can mitigate things by... so if I have a small backpack, I use 1 pound to store 2 pounds, but my initiative goes down. Of course, Sporticus, already not the fastest man alive, chose to not have any backpack. He just kind of has all this stuff on him, because I thought that was appropriate. Most gear is pretty simple to understand. And again, most of it, you have to use your kits, like choose 2 kits, choose this, choose that. Most of the kits are pretty easy to understand. Like there are like, oh, here's a martial item. Here's a handgun. Cool. You wanna get a heavy weapon? Here's this. Want to get a riot shield for whatever fucking reason? Skill kits. Most things are pretty compact. Most things are pretty easy. And you don't really have that much money. The game doesn't really factor in money. You mostly just get resupplied by Lara Croft. What crack? Hey man, I want to become Indiana. Everyone wants to become Indiana Jones eventually. Except Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford doesn't want to be Indiana Jones. So, there is crafting. Crafting is crafting. It exists. Hello, Lara Croft. Here's all your exotic adventures. So, most academic skills are there. They literally just tell you about every single use, potentially speaking, of we want to give you everything we physically can. And I do like this. And it's like, yeah, hey, interpretation, cool. Hey, language is academic, mythology, and they give you, hey, you want to translate an unknown language? It's that. Identify an unknown language? Well, it's that. Cipher code, assist language, failures, assisted mythology. You can work in a team. I like the idea that every single skill at least has something for you to do. Even ones that are like, oh, well, what is evasion? Doesn't seem like there's that much down. But, hey, prolonged evasion, assisted evasion, dodge, interposing, blocking. Everyone's got something. And gun-like devices. Threatening. Cool. Yeah. Hey, just the idea with gunplay, you can reload faster. Why? Because, yeah, when there's no need to roll, there's no urgency. If you're in the middle of a fight, yeah, fuck it. Reload faster. Hey, and they're shooting 1 bullet. All right, easy enough to understand. Hey, a unaware target. cost 1 to actually fight them. That's not too difficult. We can do that. And one of the, if not the funniest image in this book. There is something immensely funny. Poor Manly is shot, then he is kicked in the face by Lara Croft. Like, it's such a perfect, like... there's something just so perfect about like a tiger. The look on its face, the slight movement, the move blur. It's, battle tactics, of course. It's most people, like, there are words for skills, which is a weird way of wording it, but every single skill has at least something going on with it. And if they don't have something going on with it, it's usually because it's valuable in another way. I will say, though, there's a lot of skills like swimming. Hey, everyone, we're going to the desert. Well, I put all my points in swimming. Why'd you do that? Why? Put all my points in swinging. But why? Boating. Like, there are some skills that are very particular. Like, you could have had just the driving skill and put boating as like a sub skill of that. Do you need it? Nah. It's kind of a very dependent thing. Archaeolog.com. Writing, science, socializing. Again, another grand... I didn't wish this after all. Yeah, various... Then we get into advanced skills. So advanced skills, if... These are our basic skills. These are skills that technically everyone can do. An advanced skill is a fancy skill. There are many advanced skills. Usually one per thing. Now, some of them are a little bit weirder because they have, like, skills on top of skills, effectively. You can kind of think of these as, like, perks. I think that's the best way of thinking of what these are. So, let's say, for example, ancient civilization no longer exists. So, you have history, you've chosen this benefit, just automatically. Automatic information. You just get this shit automatically. Information about a ruin or artifact you examine based on your ranks in ancient civilization. Now, let's say I have rank 3 in it. This is a skill, mind you. You get a clue about the age, origin, significance. Cool. So every rank, though, you get one of these. You get a trick. A, ancient culture lore. Boost, I get to add a die. Test for any knowledges. A, I get to, alright, easy enough to understand, but you also might get ancient languages. Hey, this test gets easier for me. Instead of being a 5, it's now a 4. Predecessor lore. Ooh, ease test. Easier. But then there's quite a few other, like field anthropologist. Yeah, as a field anthropologist, you have contacts. Hey, cultural immersion. You get a lot of these abilities. Occultism, obviously. Hey, yeah, have no fear. Cryptozoology, fairy lore, astrology, mysticism. Let's see. Bodyguard lets you just defend allies to keep them alive. These seems like a lot, but a lot of these are either giving you a new option or improving options you already have. Then you get things like defensive fighting, which lets me... New Lara could never fucking kick a velociraptor in the face. See, this is the best part. Again, you could kick a velociraptor in the face and shoot it. New Lara can't do that. Bending, leaping, tumbling, weapon stealing. And of course, Dual Gunner, which is the only one that requires you to take another advanced skill. If you have Gunslinger, you can take Double Gunner, which literally means that you can just start firing haphazardly as, this is Gunslinger. Yep, when using guns. Various Kung Fu attacks. You want to do Kung Fu attack, Kung Fu combination, Fist Flurry. Luckily, though, we can't use... Can you play Bruce Lee in this game? That's the important thing. And the answer is yes, you can totally play Bruce Lee as you fling yourself across the battlefield to kick someone in the head. What more in life do you need than to be able to play Bruce Lee in a Lara Croft game? Then we've got some more advanced ones like, hey, I want to do a field mechanic to fix the car. Hey, I want to do improvisational engineering. Let's see. Masonic architecture. Ah, yeah, don't worry, everyone. I have delved all of my points into Masonic architecture. And, of course, weapon crafting. Now, I don't know about you, but do you see the perfected, is this the video game engine? Now, I don't know about you. Do you appreciate the flamethrower AK? I don't know about you. I think the flamethrowing AK does kind of do its job pretty well. I think it's I think it really does set itself to be pretty reliable. Have no fear. There's a problem. I'm going to shoot. Yeah, flamethrower AK with the bayonet on the flamethrower side. Yeah, it's like, yeah. What more do you need? Yeah, various. And yes, for one trick, you can modify your weapons to incorporate chemical components. Yeah, you want to have a flamethrower pistol? Yeah, go for it. Fuck it. Why not? Nothing can stop you. Yeah, and they do talk about, like, you want to design things? Here you go. Here's how you design. Crimecraft, which is still a great one. Eye for Detail had another very funny image. There's something about this image just point. Perfect. Field Surgery. Hunter. Each one does give you something, even if you don't necessarily feel like it's super appropriate. Like, hello, Lara Croft. How are you doing today with your fucked up tiger? Yeah, animal handler. Various kind. Hey, look, everyone, it's Jolin. Bomberman throwing bombs at problems. Various chemistry, great combat driving. Yeah, there's a lot of these skills, by the way. I'm not. But yeah, pretty much after completing all of this, you get XP. How does XP work? Hey, did you show up? Yeah, okay, you get 1 XP. Are you a rookie? Pretty much, if you are 20 XP behind anyone else, you get +1. Did you overcome an obstacle? Do you do discoveries? Is there a dilemma? Is there a setback of some variety? Hey, did you complete a major objective? Did you explore something hidden? Do you do something dangerous? Were you made a lasting impression on someone? Did you do an ancient mystery? You get just bonus experience equal to your cleverness, which is fucking weird. And then advancement, improving skills and attributes. Every 10 you get 2 + 2 to basic skills. Every 25 you get any +1 to any 2 skills, and every 50 +1 attribute. It's generally speaking, you level up not quickly, but you will level up about every other session. You'll get something. Right? Yeah, kind of the basic ones here, like adjudicating, most of this is pretty basic stuff. How to get everyone to work together. To give you an idea, this is the working for Lara Croft section. Yeah, all of this is the working for Lara Croft section. This is working for other people. But I guess that's why you're here, right? Like, that's why you're here, to work for Lara Croft. Now, if you end up halfway dead, what happens is you have to if you make a destiny check and you make a medic check. If you only succeed at destiny, effectively you have an infection and you're not dead yet. Hey, you get a medic success, only the medic success. Well, you're stabilized, but you have a permanent injury. Something gets reduced down by 1 permanently. And if both are successful, you're fine. Both fail, you're probably going to die. It's, generally speaking, you don't need to do the death or near death. You should always be close to death, but never full on getting murked. That's not as fun. And they even say things like, oh, the hunger and thirst system. You know, like, oh, navigation, exposure, and all of this. Falling, and all of these things, they say, is in service to a story. Why do we make this? Story immersion, celebrating exploration, celebrating endurance. Why are we putting in, why are we putting in hunger and thirst? Sense of urgency, encumbrance management, celebrate survival. You don't have to put in these mechanics if that's not appropriate to the adventure that you want to have. If you're like, the adventure I want to have is far more exciting and you don't have to worry about that, cool, don't think about it. You don't need to worry about it. However, oh no, there's some mental influences. I'm fucking scared or someone's tricked me. Why would we put that in there, though? Well, myth, story variety, antagonist, tension, celebrating all these things. Yeah, it's... Yeah, it's, hey, if you're persuaded, being like, yeah, no, well, if you're persuaded, things are different. They do have, this is kind of a weird way of wording things. It's a kind of a strange idea behind it. It's effectively, if you're being persuaded, someone can persuade you to not worry about it. And effectively, you're under a duress. If you do something, you take a pretty major penalty unless you select it with metal. So your character doesn't want to do it. You lose a little bit control of your character. Fear makes sense. Trickery makes sense. Persuasion, Like, yeah, the idea of like, oh, you've been tricked by someone. That's something you can apply that doesn't really need too many to worry about. And various hazards and traps. Most traps have a value 2 thing. Oh, it's concealment 2. Hey, it's beginner 2. It's a blockade. Hey, what's the consequence? Well, the way is closed. Painful passage. Chain reaction. Oh, no, there's an effect. So it's when you're making the narrow rapids. A very skilled athlete may be able to jump or swim across. The group evaluates their options. So like, this is the actual situation. This is what's going on. Okay, cool. But what if we have the Hall of Darts? Well, we can spot the trap very easily. Cool, we found it. Well, this is what we need. We need balancing or mythology 4 to actually get across it. Not worrying about it. If we do end up getting hit by it, this is what's going to happen. This is how we can disable it. Alright, cool. Most enemies are pretty simple as well. Nothing too extra. Like, commandos, like, they give you the challenge rating. Challenge rating isn't too extravagant, really. Like, most are pretty simple. Like, hey, biggest threat they can, hey, we want to be different, what are we doing? Well, we're wearing body armor. Hey, we're versatile equipment. Guards, what? Yeah, you can make guard lore, technically. Yeah, you want to make guard lore? Various kinds of adventures and mercenaries and problems that you can shoot and get around. Most enemies are pretty normal. Again, we have got alligators and crocodiles, which can be very scary if they are fighting you correctly. You can fight a horde of baboons, though. So, luckily for me, we can fight a horde of baboons. Don't know about you, but 3 hand-to-hand dice are kind of scary when they are throwing, when they get to have 3 die. Do you want to fight a horde of baboons? I don't think so. I don't want to fight a horde of baboons. Do you want to fight a fucking bear that can one-tap you with 7 damage die? No. You know what? I don't. Nor do I want to overbear someone. Where maximum overbear will just beat them down to death. Nah, I'm good. No, fuck that. Nah. Let me see if we let's see. You can fight some shark. You can fight a baby shark, but of course you can also fight a gigantic death shark. Yeah, you can do that. Huh. One of the very few games that let me fight a shark. Or of course you can also fight tigers. You want to fight multiple tigers? Yeah, go for it. They're all a bitch, and they do a lot of damage. Especially when they start ripping your face off. Of course, you want to fight 3 to 5 big... You want to fight 3 to 5 ape men? Have no fear, everyone. It's fucking Sasquatch. Yeah, you'll round the corner, fight 5 to 6 Sasquatch. Yeah, have fun. Yeah, chupacabras, giant animal. Yeah, technically you can fight a giant animal of any variety. You just increase all their stats. To the point where fighting a gigantic tiger or a giant hyena is not very fun. Or why not fight a giant bear? But maybe you want to fight a giant baboon. And of course, we have a T-Rex that has a 10 damage bite. Yeah, no, I don't know about you, but I don't want to fight a T-Rex. That looks scary. Again, we got mummies. Do you want to fight a mummy? Fight multiple zombies, constructs. They give you a lot of options, like the fucking homunculus you torture in your basement, various vehicles. Vehicles are pretty simple stuff, like nothing's too extravagant with them. You can do some fighting. How do you set up mysteries? How do you set up conclusions? Wonders of the ancients. Child's play. Oh, it's an image play. Don't worry. It's a riddle. It's a map. Yeah, mystic energies, mystech. Hey, what does the thing actually do? Yeah, yeah, that's kind of the idea when it comes to like what you need to do is you need to actually figure out how a thing works, and then you get to activate it, which is usually uncovered by finding clues, which I like. It actually feels like a mystery sometimes. They even encourage you when it comes to puzzles and stuff, don't be like, okay, here's a puzzle, solve it. It's like, okay, you've amassed all the clues together, you can solve this puzzle because you know what it is. Kind of talking about the ideas of civilization, public information, like, yeah, are you at home? Like, are you at a library? Yes. Various appendices. Yeah, that is Lara Croft's Tomb Raiders. Is the game flawless? No, there's some little... It's a very technical game. That's the idea. It's a very technical game written by someone who is clearly of a technical variety. Let's just say that. This is a guy who likes his spreadsheets, and it's someone's baby game. This is something that he's been nurturing for 9, 10, 15 years. This is something that he clearly cares about. And it works. That's the thing. It works. Do you want to play a Lara Croft game? You want to play Tomb Raider game where you are Tomb Raiders doing things to find ancient civilizations and solve puzzles? Yeah, okay, everything works here. It's got the right feel to it to kind of do whatever you want with it. Does Lara have stats? No, she doesn't. I think in one of the side books, because mind you, there's a couple books to this. Like, yeah, this is the full campaign book, the Mark of the Phoenix adventure. They even kind of say, like, yeah, don't worry, Laura's kind of, like, maxed out on everything because she's just perfect. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I can see that. Like, yeah, who are you? Yeah, Laura's just the perfect creature who is just wonderful at everything. I'm like, yeah, all right, that's understandable. Yeah, you don't fight Lara, you simply deal with Lara. Like, she's too busy being rich and famous and the most wonderful creature alive. So let me see. Do we have anything? Nope, that's definitely not what I want to do. Looking through the other full files here, mind you, because everything's in weird, fucking awful zip files. Nope, those JPEGs. Tomb Raider. Let's see, streamer kit. Yeah, mind you, they have a bunch of streamer kit stuff for it as well. Find anything more on it? No, this is the explainer. Huh. But yeah, no, it's nice and easy. I think the game's pretty solid. If you want to run something like Uncharted in it, yeah, you can run something like Uncharted. What's the Notepad official review? It's fine. Good. Does its job. If you want to run something like Uncharted in it, do you want to run something like Tomb Raider in it? It does a pretty good job of it. It is a very specific action-adventure game, TM. That's the best way to summarize it. If you were to take a tactical nail file and scrub off all the Tomb Raider stuff, you would have a perfectly serviceable action-adventure title game. That's what it would be called. The action-adventure game, TM. And it's about doing what? Being an action-adventure game. But it does lean into the fantasy of Tomb Raider. Yeah, some of the skills seem a little bit over, there's a lot of skills. I'm like, why would I ever take boating or flying? And be like, well, no shit, I would take boating and flying because I'm Lara Croft's top guy. This or Hollow World Expedition. Hollow Earth Expedition. Both have their appeal. That's the thing. Both have their appeal. And it's kind of a... I'm surprised that there isn't an official Sword Art Online TRPG. Momoji, there is. There is actually an official Sword Art Online TRPG in Japan. I think I have it, too. Yeah, no, there is. Who makes it? I think it's I think it was the Dojin group. That's why you probably didn't find anything about it. Yeah, finding JRPGs is a pain. You got to remember, it uses the 2D6 system like every single other Japanese RPG. Not a bad thing. It's just being honest. But as our final game of the evening, we are going to be looking at another Super Autism project. Behold, Shin Megami Tensei, the role-playing game, Tokyo Conception, Double XL, in the house. It's Nocturne. It's Nocturne. Interestingly enough, now interestingly enough, if this is actually by Lionwing Publishing, yes, finally, after all of this time, I am finally going over a game by Lionwing, who has done a very good job of bringing over a lot of different TRPGs from Japan. Like Fledge Witch, Convictor Drive, quite a few different games they've brought over, one of which being the new SMT game. It's just a little bit weird that they brought over the SMT game, for the simple reason that they brought over 3rd edition, but they brought over 4th edition, but not 5th edition. I know why they did this. They did this because they have a re-release of they had the re-release of Nocturne not too long ago. So I think it was probably a deal with Atlas being like, please re-up this one. But yeah, Lionwing is a company that has been doing quite a few different JTRPGs. I do like them. I haven't gone over any of the games from them because I'm like, it's definitely there, and other weird games pop up more frequently for me, if that makes sense. They do very reliable games, but they never pop out first. That's always the problem with Lionwing games. I'm like, well, here's a bunch of other weird fucking games we want to talk about. We want to talk about these other games, though. So, but who made this game? Well, that's actually a story. We need to go. Oh, let me find the exact name. The actual guy who did this is a guy named Tokita Yusuke. God damn. Tokito Yusuke. So if you get Yusuke Tokita, you're like, okay, this is who this guy is. He actually wrote all these. However, if you notice here, I had to do a little bit of digging, a little bit more than I would normally do in these situations. However, as I am one to do a little bit of digging more than I should, I don't want to show you my Facebook because it's Facebook. Tokita here, as of right now, works at a company called the Vantan Game Company. Works at Vantan Game. Now, the Vantan Game Academy, this is what it is. Let me just put this up. This is if you've ever heard of something like DigiPen in the States, they are a game studio. They are a game development college, effectively. Very private, looked a little bit. He teaches here. Guy's been doing a lot of work. Vantan, yes, the Vantan. Yep. So this is their school. I looked into their school a little bit. I was like, okay, what's the gimmick? What's the game? What's the 1, 2, 3? And the 1, 2, 3 is he definitely does exactly. And he works at another company called Suzaku Games. So if we go here, this is. You might have heard of these guys before because they did a couple different games. They did this one, Sense, a Cyberpunk Ghost Story, Sense's Midnight, Sense's Death Harvest. These weird company. He claims that he works here, which he probably does as like a director. Not doing much kind of thing. So I'm like, all right. Interestingly enough, I was like, okay, let's go to JP. I'm like, all right, this is definitely here. Let me see if I can. But where was it? It was. Let me see if I can. Because I had a very weird situation. This. Okay, so we'll go Google him. So this is who he is. He is actually fairly instrumental in bringing over a lot of. He is actually fairly instrumental in bringing over Shadowrun games. He did a lot of translating work there. So if we, right here, Tokita Yusuke. So if we hit this, born in 1962, yes, born in 1962. He did a lot of different games. Most notably, he did the Paradise Fleet RPG. Couldn't find anything on that one. He worked at Yokohama. He was doing games at Yokohama City University. Then did the Shin Megami Tensei TRPG. Now, this is where things get a little bit weird. If we look at all his various games, he did effectively 3, 4, and 5. He did these 3 editions. Because the game we're going to be going over today, Shin Megami Tensei 3, is the 4th edition, and it came out in 2004, mind you. Yeah, 2004. Tokyo Conception. And I was like, damn. But as you kind of see, he did Magic the Gathering back in 95. It came from the Late Late Show and Shadowrun 4th edition. He is kind of he's kind of a PC guru kind of guy. But if we look over here to the Shin Megami TRPG, if we go all the way up here, the first initial one was by Kazuya Suzuki, born in 1960, video game creator. He is effectively the first guy to do Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, the guy who did SMT wrote the TRPG, which I thought that was very funny. I'm like, that's kind of interesting. Yep, that is what he wrote. Oh, hello, phone. And this is what he's doing. This is not him. But yeah. So he did the first edition. Then down here, second edition was done by Yusuke. And then we go down to 3. This is third edition, 98, reprint from 2001, released by Enterbrain. We've talked about Enterbrain before, one of the many versions of Kadokawa. Now, then we go to 3. This is it. This is technically the 4th edition of the RPG, written by a completely different person, and it did remove a lot of aspects from the previous editions, apparently. They're like, well, people, we want to make it literally we want to make it literally a carbon copy of the SMT. We want to make it a carbon copy of Nocturne. That's the goal. Yeah. And then, of course, this is currently released by Jive. This is the most latest edition. Still written by him. Tokyo City 2000X. There is technically a fan translation of this game available. That's the thing. There's a fan translation of it. Done by a couple people we already know, like Alondar and such. And then we also have Neon Apocalypse, a couple other ones. This is the company that has currently releasing it. Completely different. The guys who do Ragnarok Online, effectively. Yes, the guys who do fucking Ragnarok Online are apparently the ones who publish the SMT TRPG. Very convoluted. Almighty damage? IRL. Oh, give me a second. But yes, that's kind of the SMT RPG in a nutshell. I've been meaning to kind of hunt down the SMT TRPG. Apparently, Jaeger has a copy of it, one of the older versions of it. You know, I tried to find anything I could on the Paradise Fleet RPG. Couldn't really find anything there. You see, there's a couple other odd ones here and there. But there is... the reason why I kind of want to find the SMT TRPG, not even by Lionwing, because if we go to the original one, yeah, this is apparently the original one. The first 2 editions have some weird features in them, and it also has extremely baller artwork. Like, just I don't know, this has soul with a V in it. I'm okay with things with souls with V in it. The closest library with a scanner that can recognize Japanese text is like 5 hours away. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. do not worry about about scanning it in. We will find a way someday. But yeah, you kind of see like some of these are very particular. This is the most recent version. Kind of has the more I don't know how you would describe it, anime look to it. Like, it has a very particular vibe versus the earlier ones. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, maybe I shouldn't close out of things willy-nilly, but let's get back to work. So, welcome to Shin Megami Tensei, the role-playing game. Now, of course, we couldn't be going on this magical adventure alone, so we're bringing out a very special man. Welcome back to Sporticus, Fiend. You may not like one more god rejected. I wouldn't call SMT anime. It's like weird for anime. There's Persona, another ball rejected. Yeah, it's new SMT has got a like a vibe that's different from old SMT. Let's just say that. Different vibe. Yeah, welcome to now you may be looking at this. We've got Sporticus here again. We've got the whole shebang. If you noticing some of these numbers already, yeah, get ready for it. Don't worry. And of course, I did align myself as appropriate with He-Ho. I'm a light He-Ho. With Mr. fucking He-Ho. So, let's learn about Tokyo. Let's learn about going on. So, introduction, new to the SMT arises. So, as a very basic rundown on SMT Nocturne, a cult tries to rebuild the world. They succeed, leaving only a little small part of Tokyo not decimated into nothingness. They are trying to... Now, there are multiple factions composed of various demons and survivors trying to effectively nurture a new god to become the god of the new world. You are a demi-fiend. You are a person who ingested magic bugs, well, a magic mana bug, to give you half-demon powers. As the demi-fiend, you are the one now going to, well, you're the one now having to make a decision, because ultimately it's your destiny to be either the herald of a new age or, well, stop everyone else's. One more god rejected, all that. It does a pretty good job of trying to explain the entire... Is this one of the rare 2D10 games? Nope, it is a D100 percentile system. Yep, it is a full-on percentile system, which makes sense because remember, this game is from 2004. This game is 20 years old. And, so, goal of the PCs is you want to survive the Vortex. You want to survive what's currently going on. And this is a lot easier said than done. I want to be honest with you, a lot easier said than done. single session. This is actually one of the very few games that don't have like a strict, like, okay, here's a single adventure, here's a single session. This is a much more open, multiple sessions of play are expected. We're going on an adventure, and we're trying to finish out that. Yeah, just have fun, get ready. Nocturne is probably, the thing is, SMT Nocturne is probably the most famous one. Going to be honest, probably out of all of the SMT games, it's the one that people probably know the most. And outside, I'm not including Persona in that, because Persona is its own beast, really. You know, I don't really factor that one in there at this point. It's the SMT games kind of have their own vibe to them. But Nocturne is a very special game, because it's a really fucking weird game. Is SMT3 an isekai? No, it's not. Very much so not, because you are still on Earth. Well, sort of. You're in the Vortex world, because Earth has been annihilated. Everyone is dead. It's not an isekai. God, I wish it was, though. Yeah, no, Vortex World, again, it's the shattered remnants of Tokyo's metropolis can be found here and there. Nearly all the rest of the world is a desert. Yeah, a sea of nothingness. Yeah, it's dead. Like, the world is dead. We're trying to build a new one. So, effectively, demons are creatures that are born from this thing. Yeah, with the birth of the Vortex world, so too were they born. For the conception, humans were wiped out, and the survivors being far between. Demons can be anything. When it mentions a demon, demons can theoretically be anything. Like, the Archangel Michael is considered a demon. Not because he is, but because demon is a technical race of people. There we go. Again, they kind of talk about it. Effectively, everyone's trying to figure out a reason. And the reason is going to summon a god, and that god is going to then remake the world in their image. This is good. Now, the problem is there are many reasons that want to do their own thing. They need to collect Magutsushi. Magutsi. They need to collect mana. Now, the Reason of Genesis really wants to effectively create a world of perfect silence under perfect order. It's the law route. You want to do the law route, where everything is nice and happy. The Mantra Army, of course, wants to destroy everything and make a new world of survival of the fittest, where those who rule with strength and losers are oppressed. And of course, you have the lurkers in Amala, the people outside of reality who literally want to who despise connection with others and don't want to deal with anyone else. Yeah, technically, there's a couple different factions who want to have their own reason to change the world. Making a reason is difficult. You gotta have purpose, and you gotta be strong enough to have it, and you need to have a god willing to work with you. You demons are a weird conceptual thing. They're all soul hackers, where demons are in your PC. They are making kids kill themselves, and they have turned your GF into a goth girl. Ah! Yeah, technically, that's where Magatama come in. Magatama are effectively demons they're pretty much insects filled with mana. Once you ingest one of these things, you become a Magatama. You become a demi-feat, effectively. You get super duper powerful, and you get to do some super duper cool things. And now we go. They kind of have the replay, of course. We all love the replays. I love the replays. You love the replays. We can do a shit ton of damage. Things are pretty interesting. So, Now we get down to making a character. So, we do have the quick starts. We do recommend we do recommend anything go there. So, effectively, this game goes from level 1 to 100. Yes, level 100. Like, all demons are from human subconscious now. Now how I see it is mythology and shit like Jack Bros or literal mascots. Yeah. Effectively, this game goes from level 1 to level 100. Though you should really start at level 10. Like, level 10 is the recommended. They even kind of tell you level 10, 9, and 11. It's, if you want to be a little bit more specific, you can change things around, but like level 10 is our starting point. Anything lower than that, things get a little bit weird. Now, we've got a couple different shared characters. Of course, we've got multiple demi-fiends. Yeah, Marigareth. We've got Shirai. Ankh. And of course, how could we play a game if we didn't have Pixie with us? Ah, love you, Pixie. Mwah. Jack Frost. Of course, we got Jack Frost. He's here. You can play a Hellhound if you want. A guy with a gun. Playing a human is incredibly valid in this game, by the way. It's not great, but you can. And then we get original character. I want to make my own character. So, get all of these information. Then we have to choose our class. Technically, there are 3 classes. There is human, there is fiend, and there is demon. Generally speaking, humans and fiends are not too difficult to understand. Effectively, a fiend, otherwise known as I want to play the demi-fiend or whatever, you can't actually use items. You can't use gear or items or anything. You just punch people to death usually. However, humans get items and can use different pieces of equipment to help them out. Demons get where things get really weird. And we'll learn more about demons when we reach them. For his neutral special, he wields a gun. Yeah, pretty much. So, again, it's recommended that you actually start at level 10, and yeah, like, you have to advance to level 10 or 20. So, most characters get every character gets 1 point to increase any of their stats per level. So, Sporticus chose his base stats, and he assigned them roughly like this. He's pretty strong. Again, not very magically inclined. Pretty agile, pretty tough. He does a pretty good job of doing most things. Now, demons, however, literally just have to fucking roll. Yeah, demons literally just roll to see what they increase, because fuck it, we ball. And then you get skills. Now, you get 1 extra skill at level 1 and 10, every 10 levels after that. Now, you can also get skills based off what your class is, what your abilities are, and even what your demon is. Right? Easy enough to understand. Now, of course, I rolled a couple ones. I got Aggie. Of course, I got Aggie. And I've also got Zan doing this. Luckily enough, I do pick up Heatwave pretty early. So we're not entirely hopeless. We're only mostly hopeless. So, yeah, this is where fusion and evolving. It's very convoluted to do the fusion and evolving system. But not as terrible as you would think. So, most things have a stat target number. It's your stat times 5 plus whatever your level is plus any of your modifiers. So, if we look up here, my stat is 6, my Magatama is 4, therefore my total is 10. So, I do 10 times 5, 10 times 5 plus my level, so it's 60. Anytime I need to do anything, I roll 6. I have a 60% chance to do anything strength related. Magic is 2. I don't have a very good chance of doing anything magical related at all. 40, 50, 30. Not exactly the greatest lineup of stats possible, but I don't need to have great stats. I'm a demi-fiend. I'm He-Ho. But as you kind of see down here, these are also my stats down here. All of these are going to be kind of feeding into one. Aggie, I have a 20% chance of succeeding in my Aggie or my Zan. However, I've got a 60% chance of succeeding at Heatwave. It is pretty damn good. So, then you get Dodge. Dodge is literally just your agility plus 10. Like, oh hey, what's my agility? 8. I have an 18% chance to dodge an attack. Pretty fucking good, actually. Then we got our negotiation target number, which, yes, there is the negotiation target. Have no fear. Of course, we got our physical and magical resistance. I have pretty good resistances. Not great, but enough. We can make it work. I'm kind of relying entirely off of my hopes and dreams here a little bit. Let me see. So it's a 6 plus 10, so 16. That would be 8, actually. 8, actually. Because I bumped that up. I forgot about that. And my magic is 2, 12, 6. Yeah. All right. Fate points are a currency. Anytime you spend fate, you can do more things that are better. You do get some Maka. Of course, you get money. And then you get some contacts. Now, I became a good friend with Oberon of Yoiki Park. I got my power through a fairy grift, and of course I am friends with Mr. Heho. Why am I friends with Mr. Heho, you ask? Because I rolled this. A Jack Frost who's on a journey to become the strongest demon. Oh. Don't you want to become mid-feed demi-mid? Hey man. I'm going for that guillotine later, man. I'm hoping for guillotine. So you start with 2 in everything. Like, as you can kind of see, I started pretty decent, and I got 1 Magatama. You get an HP multiplier and an MP multiplier. They do recommend that you use Scout. Pick that up, but you can pick up any talk skill of my choice. And so, however, I chose to go with Komudo. I decided to go Ogwile. Let's fucking do it. We go focus. We go there. We're ready to go. Hey, there's some ailment problems. We're not going to worry about it. We're not. If I don't see it, it's not my problem. It's fine. I could just beat people up really fast. And yeah, you can get some more advanced Magatama, of course. You know, Kamaguri, Satan, of course. Gudari, Sophia, Gaia. Or Kaelish. Yes, grants only not only the almighty attack of Megiddo, but also the reflective barrier. Yeah, it's and yeah, get ready for charts, baby. Because yes, so if I let me switch page layout, rotate view this way. So as a level one, with Komudo, I get to increase all my stats here. I get focus at level 1, heat wave at level 6, and at level 12 I would pick up Mind's Eye. I would get guillotine at level 25 though. But let's say for example, I went with Margaret right here. I get lunge, hell thrust, life bonus, and berserk at level 1. But, well, you know what? I am going to eat a completely different thing. I want to get, for example, let's say I get the Adama. Now, I need to level up quite a bit to use Adama, but when I get all of these abilities. One of the big things is that you can have multiple of these technically on at once. You can eat multiple of these, and you have to switch between the game. And swipe Satan's also here with all his magic. Let me just redo things here real fast. You start with only 1 of them. I like how they realized that Persona is the infinitely more popular series, so they started moving over the popular mechanics. Still no Porter remaster of Ido, though. The internet would eat. Good old demons. Now, the thing with demons is you can technically pick any demon of your choice. And you want to play a Pixie, a Little Frost, like, want to play a Mini Frost? Oh boy, a Little Frost, a Hellhound, a Huapo. You want to play a Kodama? You want to play a Kodama? You can play a Kodama if you want. These are all of your starting demons. Technically, you can play any demon that is level 9 or low. These are like baby demons, effectively. So yeah, you can play Pixie if you want. They all have better stats than usual. That's the thing. They have better stats than usual. However, there is usually the catch, you could say. No, I'm kidding. Where are you picking? It's you usually have the catch of it having to deal with a really convoluted method in the back. Oh yeah, humans. Humans level fast, and humans are yeah, they cannot be affected by any light spells, and they can use a gun. Gun damage. Yep. So choose whatever you feel like. Hey, it's potential. Yeah. Hey, you're a swordsman, a wielder of the blade, and you get all of these different skills. Technically at level 10, which you're level 11, which you're supposed to start at, you just get like all of your abilities pretty much because you're a fucking person. Including but not limited to playing a mannequin. Yeah, you want to play a mannequin of an actual real mannequin. Yeah, these people aren't real people, but you can play them. Technically, you can play a sorcerer, or have be a soldier with the ability to shoot people really bad. So yeah, you get XP pretty consistently, but XP is also extremely... The amount of XP required can get kind of silly, but it also makes sense because you can get XP fast by grinding. Yeah, no, get ready for grinding. Every time you level up, you get one stat. You can never go above 40. However, we've got time. Let's just say that we've got time. And technically, fiends can get up to 50 in things. And most things increase by 1 or 6%. And you get some bonus abilities, you get some bonus skills, and you might get a bonus skill. Yep. If you get a skill, you go great. You can only learn 8 skills. If you learn multiple skills at a single level up, you have to choose one of them. Now, that means it's like, hey, you've reached a point where you can't get any additional skills. Well, you're tough luck. You have to learn new skills somehow. You might get new skills, you might not. The thing is, that's why you want to consume additional Magatama, because you could get skills at irregular intervals and get even more skills, but you can only have 8 at any time. Generally, Sporticus here will probably switch out his Aggie and Zan eventually, because he doesn't need them as much. Now, this is where you have the idea of XP inheritance. So, yeah, you never go down. However, when performing fusion, gaining a new Magatama, or changing your class, PCs remain at the same level like XP. Yeah, demons are the sole exception. Yeah, this can get very convoluted. Because technically, you can level down as a... Yeah, you can level down as a demon if you fuck up your... Yeah, these are the XP charts. Get ready for XP charts, baby. Yeah, to hit level 100, you need 1 million experience points. And you need 800,000 as a human and 1.3 million as a as a demon. Yeah, get ready for... Now we finally hit the rules. All you really need to know, D100, roll under. It's simple as that. It's as simple as that, everyone. There really isn't, like, they kind of talk about, like, okay, here's different scenes, here's PC lists and tracking in-game time. It's pretty simple. One of the big things is the idea of the Kagutsuchi chart. So I'm going to go all the way down here, and we're going to talk about, we want to rotate pages. We want to, yeah, clockwise 90 degrees. This is page 10. So this is the chart. So effectively, anytime a scene happens, you advance the phase. There we go. There we go. That's kind of the idea. Effectively, as longer you are doing things, you are getting more and more phases. Most things might be phase 2. It might be 2-3 phases. So you might be like, oh, well, here we are. We're at phase 3. When you hit phase 8, you can start doing more fancy things. I want to do, sacrificial fusion. Oh, you want to do sacrifice fusion? Yes. Of course. And they don't want to, no one wants to negotiate. But you can do some crazy bullshit too. Kind of see represented by colors of various different phases going horribly wrong. So, most things are pretty simple. Hey, I want to make an agility check. I want to make a strength check. T100, roll under your skill. Sporticus wants to punch someone. Sporticus wants to lift something really heavy. What does Sporticus need to do? He needs to... Cool, he rolled a 3, so congratulations. He rolled under his strength. He succeeds. Hey, Sporticus wants to dodge something really fast. No, not dodge. He wants to run really fast or something. Cool, he succeeded. Keep rolling like 70s. But yeah, relevant stat plus level plus modifiers. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You do always fail at effectively a 96 or greater. You have a 5% chance of fail. But you always have a 1% chance of success. Cool. You do get the critical result if it's 1/10 of the TN. So, now, you might be thinking, well, man, that seems pretty rough. There is a catch, though. There's a very big catch. These skills, these percentages, can go very high. As in hundreds, 200s even. Simple as that. I am influencing you, Nody. I know. Who do you think gave it to you, Horace? It was me, Horace. I made you start saying it's simple as that. It was me all along. Using skills, clear what you want to do, pay the cost, make the check. Easy as can be. Most everything you do is going to be a check of some variety. At its core, like a basic attack for me is that. That's literally all that it is for a basic attack. That at ideal, 16 damage. Doesn't really seem like that much. But then we have the idea of the power roll. Almost everything you do is going to be strength plus level as your base roll, and then you're going to be doing. Cool. Now, some skills, they add a die to power roll. Cool, 2d10 instead of 1d10. What does this mean? Sporticus punches you. Normally he does 16 damage. He rolled a 3, he does 19 damage. Cool, let's roll. He rolled a 10. Cool, it explodes. He does 31 damage to you because he rolled a 15. Yeah, he just punches you in the face really hard. Hey, wait a second. I want to use focus on. I'm going to use focus, and then I'm going to roll Oh, wow, look, I did 16. That's 32. I did 40 damage to you because focus is busted. Well, not busted, it's very good. You're gonna learn something very quickly about Nocturne, and it's learn how to min-max. We can skill modifiers, critical results. You might get affinity modifiers. Most affinity modifiers are like, I'm doubling it, I'm tripling it, I'm like, hey, are you weak to something? Get ready to take like quadruple fucking damage. It's going to be really fun for you. It's not. So, one of the big things with fate points is that you can spend a fate point to change it by adding plus 20 or half damage that you or an ally is taking. I really want to hit you. I'm going to spend 2 of my fate points to make this 100% effective. Cool. But what happens if you have 100% or higher? What happens is that you can cut your skill in half and do it twice, or even 3 times. I have, let's say, 150. I have 150%. I cannot fail this unless I roll effectively a 99. I'm not going to fail this check at all. However, my critical success is pretty high, so I might double my damage. But what if I hit it twice? So I get to do 75%. Let's make a 75% check roll here. Oh, that's a success. Oh, that's a double success. So I did 2 successes there. No crits, unfortunately. But let's, well, that's not too much damage. Oh, that's quite a lot of damage, actually. I get to hit you twice. Or even cast spells twice. Cast abilities twice. Yeah, so you can do things very efficiently if you are very skilled at things. Get strong, go hard. Fate points and multi-actions, and yes, you can use you can use fate points to increase your skill up before you split it. They kind of talk about the idea of like, what is reason? Like, what are we trying to do here? Hey, do you want to create a reason to exist and what the new world's going to be? Well, first thing, establish ideals. It's 2. Summon a god. Yeah, which will serve as a guardian to the new world. Yeah, so make sure to summon a god. Which will serve as a guardian to the new world. And then be judged. One must face the creator god, and through its judgment, be acknowledged as a creator. Yeah, manifestation of the creator god. To meet the creator god, one must present Yahiro, the Yahiro no Himogori, and climb to the tower of Kagatsuchi. Yep. Congratulations. You do all of these things, you can fist fight God. There are a couple factions available. There's the Assembly of Nilho, the Mantra Army, Souls of the Amala Network, technically mannequins, and the Fairy Kingdom, and Shibuya Free City. Now, of course, they're arranging a battle royale of fiends holding menorahs and the ultimate goal of resurrecting a demon god. Huh. Oh, quaint. Yeah, technically it's, yeah, technically, like, yeah, I know, it's like, yeah, you wanna form of the Fairy Kingdom reason? Yeah, we don't know what's gonna go. Yeah, we wanna make Oberon, the king. And Dante? Dante from Devil May Cry is unfortunately not in this game. However, Mara is, and that's, honestly, that's half the appeal. So, anytime you help someone or aid a reason to exist, pretty much law or chaos, you end up getting endorsement points. Endorsement points can be added, but anytime you are endorsing someone else, everyone else dislikes you more. Yeah, that's kind of that same time reduce EP towards all other factions by 1. Now, if you manage to get 100 plus, if you manage 50, you are an ally. Everyone was going to recognize you like you are a true ally. 100 plus, you're an invitation of a leader. If you have 200 plus, you literally become a representative of the New World. Technically, you can form your very own faction and decide that you want to be to reject all, one more god rejected. Yeah, and of course, you're going to need a lot of different power. Yeah. What you're going to need to do, you're going to need to find and hunt these things down. Once you get them, you can actually get superpower. The more you get, the more special effects you completely restore targets, even revive from death, cancel any effects, remove buff and debuff spells. Remove all ailments. Summoning gods. Okay, you want to summon a god. Cool. 1, we need a lot. We must be a representative. 2, we need a lot of fucking power. We need a lot. We need to choose the right god to do it. Technically, Albion, Scotty, and ACL are technically the 3 main ones of the Amala Temple, though we can summon Vishnu, Shiva, Amaterasu, Horus, Odin, or Michael to help us too. Then we're going to need to actually find the right building. Yeah, it's going to be rough. So, combat. We're ready to get into a fight. Yeah, let's do it. You roll your initiative. Literally make a power roll and add your agility stat. And then you go down from there. Most basics things are right here. You declare an action using a weapon, using a skill, talking. Combat is pretty simple. It's nothing too extravagant. Until it started, yeah. One of the bigger things, if you're going fast, defending's not a bad idea. Concentrating, learning how to aid people. If you go faster, you may want to aid someone, because if you aid someone, you might give them a bonus. You might make a luck check. Oh, cool. Hey, you've got really good luck. You may just want to help people, give them better chances to succeed. Now, most attacks are going to be you punching someone in the face, because that's probably the most reliable. Anytime you get hit, you've been hit by the attack, you're going to do this. You can make a dodge check. Now, you have the option of making this. So if we look at my dodge chance, my dodge is 18%. Not great. However, if I say, well, I'm gonna get fucked up if I don't, so I'm gonna make a check, and I rolled a 53. I just fail. I get hit. If it's a critical success, you fully negate everything. You fucking you get the hell out of dodge. You're great. It's a critical hit, you negate it down to a normal hit. If it's a critical dodge, you can fully negate a critical hit. Now, the thing is, if you fumble the dodge, you get hit with double damage. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad. If this case, the hit of the critical hit, the damage is quadrupled. There's a chance that you can potentially get hit for 6 times the damage that you normally would. Yeah, it's a little rough. It's a little rough. Not gonna lie here. Using something like Heat Wave, for example. Heat Wave does quite a bit of damage. It does 38 damage by default. Double my basic strike. But it costs 13 health to actually do. It's kind of a gamble. I want to make sure that it does it right. On the other hand, the stronger I get, the more damage it's going to be doing, and I can upgrade it later too. So, just popping in. What are we doing? We're talking about the Shin Megami Tensei role-playing game. The one that just came out from Lionwing. Going through how it's played and what's going on. My throat is also dying. Effectively, you have affinities with things. These are extremely important. Know that. So, hey, You got hit for 10 damage and you're strong against it though. You get hit for 5 damage. No damage. Drain, well, you recover HP equal to it. Oh yeah, hit me with that. Repel, you deal damage to them. You get everything doubled. Now, for people who played Nocturne, you might be having a you might be having a flash of memories coming back when I say Matador or any of those other skill check boss fights. Yeah, get ready for skill check boss fights, baby. Because yeah, you are going to be using all your stats ailments on this. You have to. Please God do. They will fuck you up if you do not. So, you recover HP pretty quickly, relatively speaking. Each ailment is awful as usual, including stone, of getting turned to stone and dying horribly. Hey, you get turned into a fly. Everything is 1. And yeah, all damage received is doubled. And affinities are unaffected. So quadruple 8 times damage. Get ready for that. Have fun. Stun. You get stunned. Uh-oh, that's bad. Hey, you're mute, you're poisoned, and you're harmed. Restrained, frozen, sleeped. You just get hit by the fuck you insta-kill attack. Yeah, get ready for insta-kill. It's back, everybody. Woo! Now, some abilities have like ailment effect rates. Ailment effect rates can never be above 95%. But it's you kind of see, yeah, a demon who's weak to ice, magic, and ailments is critically hit with the Mabufu spell. Usually fumbles its dodge roll. That means a 32 times bonus applies to the effective hit rate. Yeah, get ready for the 32 times bonus. Now, mind you, that's also a 32 times bonus to damage as well. Yeah, that demon's not having fun. But yeah, there are different ailments, and they all do have different priorities with one another. You can dodge certain ones, and you can't dodge others. You can make a save. You effectively use your action in trying to get rid of it, trying to do that instead. Technically, you cannot recover from death that easily, unfortunately for all of us. Yeah. You get XP pretty reliably. You get some item drops, bonus drop. You can make technically any NPC or demon more important by giving them the boss trait. Once they become the boss trait, they get 2 actions. They can use fate points, better skills, HP and MP, XP and Maka. They can also just say they literally cannot be affected by ailments. They get a bunch of exclusive skills, or they may be able to use Dragon Eye, or use their recovery eye. It's great. It's just various ways to ambush. There is technically like the advanced combat rules of like, oh, well, what's attack ranges and stuff. But let's get ready for negotiations. Hey everyone, you want a new friend, right? Get ready to negotiate. So, what you want to do is you want to negotiate with demons to get their trust so they give you their demon card. The demon card is you recruiting them into your team effectively. It's a little bit different because of the nature of this being a TRPG though. So, some skills are called talk skills. These are literally just, we want to use them. They are from negotiation checks. Cool. So we can approach demons outside of combat. We want to approach them during combat. Yeah, you can approach people during combat. And then you're trying to maybe you're trying to get information. So, we're trying to just stop me. If they do so, the demon is forced to speak. Choose to allow the demon to take it. If they do so, when the demon is forced to speak, the GM may choose to allow the demon to take an extra action in multiple different situations. Yeah, so, attempting to talk with the same demon that has the demon's card, or PC is manifested the same kind of demon, will simply leave with a parting comment effect of, you better take care of my friend. Yeah, you can get random gems, random gifts that you can just cheer you on. Like, yeah, go get them. So, we're going to talk about the chart here. So, let's talk about the chart. I like the chart. You like the chart. We all like the chart. So, I'm impressing you. You like what I'm doing here. So we start at the top row. We have matching reasons. We agree on what the world should look like. You don't demand anything from me. I look at my abilities here. I say, well, I've got a 48% chance of succeeding because I got the scout ability. This. Oh, cool. I got a 10. I succeed and I get their demon card because they are working with me. I like them. We've got a deal. Hey. You like, hey, you impress me. Reasons don't clash. They might have a demand. Question. Okay. We're going to need to make a worst possible scenario. Absolute worst possible scenario. We do not match, and I've offended you with the way I am approaching the situation. You're going to make a demand of me, and if we break down at this point, you're probably going to get really mad at me. Check critical, move 2 spaces, and succeed. Check fail. So, So, I want to convince someone. They might literally say, hey, give me money. Fucking pay me. Like, all right. That's cool. Thanks. Hey, give me an item. Oh, give me a life stone. Oh, okay. That's neat. Okay. Hey, give me your HP. I want your health. Ow. Hey, I have a question for you. Do you agree with my reason? Do you agree with what I believe in? The answer is yes. Cool. We increase my endorsement points. That means everything else falls. If you don't agree, hey, I get to tell you to say fuck you. High level demon demands. They might actually want more of it. Yeah. Yeah, they might have a lot of things that they want. So, various different types of abilities to kind of work with each other, kind of trying to talk to one another, persuading, flattering, approach skills and demands. Generally speaking, what you're trying to do a vast majority of the time is, what are you actually asking for? I want your demon card. That's all I want. Hey, I want you everything. I want them. Give me your money. I'm like, okay, yeah, here, take my money. Don't fucking hurt me. Hey, I just want a stone from you. I want something like that. Normal. I want a bead. I want rocks. I want something special. Cool. Sometimes just might be gathering information. I just want stuff. Now, most of these are going to be based off of personalities. You kind of see all of these different personalities. Now, the scout one, I have a scout here. As a man, if I talk to a girl or a woman, a girl or lady, that's it. If I talk to a girl or a lady, I get a bonus. They actually like that. But if I talk to a gentleman, they may not. Or delinquent or anything. There's a couple different ways that people could react based on what you're actually telling them. It's a very bizarre system, but I'm like, yeah, okay. Now we get the fusion and evolution. All right. Get ready for a little bit of autism. All right, cool. We got this. The demon card is an alchemical process of what that demon is actually made of. Easy, cool. Now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to use that demon card and summon it forth. Cool, we can use it to possess a human, or even, by multiple of demons, bring to life a brand new demon entirely. This is where fusion comes in. This is where things get a little bit weird. We take two demons that we have the demon card of. Alright, and then we put them together. And then we fuse them. Now we're going to have to use the fusion chart to find the clans and the ingredient demons. Once we figure that out, we use the formula of we add the demons' levels together plus 2 to find the level of the demon in the new clan closest to that number and no less than. And that will be the new demon created post-fusion. Some demons we can't do. Instead, find the demon of a rank lower, his rank down, he's a rank lower, and it will be your fusion result instead. These are all the exception demons because they have a bunch of little requirements. Now, this is where things get also kind of fucky-wucky. We've got two demons here. We are fusing them together. They will inherit skills based on the total number of ingredients they had before the fusion. So, hey, if they had five skills, they will inherit 2 skills from the mix. They had the full amount of skills between all of them, which normally isn't possible. However, there could be also a third, there can technically be a third one with sacrificial fusions, which is effectively a sacrificial fusion is you are adding a 1 fusion to the mix. But demons level increase through sacrificial fusion, the certain increased stats per level as per advancement rules. Yeah. Yeah, it's they get a bit more power if you do a sacrificial one. Cool. A specific element clan demon with no regard for levels. Still inherit those sacrificial fusions, high level elemental demon may be created. Yeah, so effectively, what we don't want to have happen, elements born from fusion. A specific element is born when 2 demons, same clan, are fused below. We don't want to fuse demons from the same clan, because if you do, you get element demons. That might be what you want, though, right? Maybe, I don't fucking know. Then we'll deal with any non-element demon. The result demon of the same clan as non-element demon will rank 1, rank high or low. Rank up. Yeah. Effectively, you can use element demons to increase or decrease the power of certain abilities, effectively. Like, if it's a lady, you use an Earthess here, you will actually make them stronger than if you were, saying, using a Yoma and an Earthess. So, here is the normal demon fusion chart. Let me just, So, here is the normal fusion chart for everyone. So, let's say, for example, we've got a, where's a fairy? We got a fairy here. Now, with a fairy, and we've got a divine, we would create a Megami. However, we have a deity, and if we form with a beast, it would be where the fuck are you? It would be an avatar. But if we were to say a tyrant and form with a divine, we would create a vial. A few. Yeah, welcome to the chart. Learn the chart, know the chart, love the chart. You may be looking at this in horror and understand. Yeah, don't worry. Cursed fusions are also available, but they are mostly for fucked up demons. So, Mitama. Technically, you can get special kind of demon that enhances stats. Yeah, welcome to, if you get a Mitama demon, you can technically throw them into it. Yeah, it's regardless of their level or clan. Yeah, you technically can use them to get better abilities. You kind of see all these different stat increases. Special fusions. Yep, cool. If you form all of these together, you have to end up getting these. So if you want to make Michael, you have to use Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel. Technically, it becomes a triple fusion to get Michael, which may lead to evolution. Hey, cool, you hit a certain level, then you go up to the evolved demon. And you do technically inherit all of the skills of the inherited demon. We go. Starter level option. Like, there we go. We have various manifestations and yeah, technically what happens when you summon a demon, like I mean, we've got a demon, we've made a demon, what do we do now? You can pretty much create them to do something else. Hey, I want to summon a demon. I want to use this I want to be a human possessed by a demon. They'll now be a demon piece. Hey, for demon PCs, now it's time to, we are going to, I want to become that demon now. I want to become this now because I'm a demon. I want to become a new demon. Change our level, get all our skill inheritances. Yeah, skill inheritance. Don't forget about special skills, recording the compendium, price of reconstructing, and the tale of Mr. Hee-Ho. Yes, Mr. Hee-Ho is a dumbass. We love it. And technically, we do have all the alignments. We have lawful, chaotic, neutral, light, overflowing with benevolence, demand justice, saved people, provided aid of some kind, cleared away the gloom, dark, character brutal, played dirty, acted without justice. And Hee-Ho, the character was comical. They caused fun to increase for all players, made others laugh, did gigs, made jokes, played to the bit. Of course, Sporticus is a light Hee-Ho. It's literally, this is the only alignment chart I think we all need, is everyone should have a Hee-Ho alignment. Yeah, various, yeah, get ready for skill autism. Yeah, skills are going to get a little bit. So, most skills are pretty easy, as we've already kind of dictated. They will all have this is what you need to do, and ready for skill lists. Oh yeah, you like skill list? Woo! Time for attack all. Woo! Hey everyone, time for counter hit. Woo! It's a great example. Yep, we got all the victory cry, lucky find, mind's eye. Human skills. Sure shot, item pro, luck smiles, expert dodge. They kind of got rid of some skills like bright might, dark night, dark pledge, life refill, mana refill. Again, anytime it kind of played on the phases, it didn't really got rid. And some of them, like, yeah, when it comes to, like, you can't unsummon demons. Yeah, like, some of them are talk skills. You kind of see, like, some of them are pretty easy, like, hey, seduce. But as you see, hey, if the speaker is a female or a youth, you can technically seduce men easier. However, if you are a scout, if you're an adult and subject of a woman, you can technically negotiate with them easier. However, they are offended if a they will be offended if a child is speaking to a woman in that regard. Of course, we also have wooing. Male plus youth plus female. Male plus male is not as good. Mischief. It's a Valkyrie male. Hester Jive Talk. Yeah, there's quite a few different ones working with here. Yeah, well, Dionysius. So, items and gear. Generally speaking, most items are simple to understand. Nothing's too extravagant. Some you can't buy, some you have to find. You can't buy everything, but you can pawn most things off. So if you want to pawn things off, nothing's stopping you. I would recommend keeping at least some HP. Or a revival bead or two on you. Revival beads are always nice because you die at 0. Yeah, remember that. Various gemstones. Make sure you pawn those off. Demon cards, skill recording, rags, jewelry. Want to get special items? Make sure you start pawning off all your gems. Oh, you got all your elements. Have no fear. Well, I got this. We got all these elements here, and we want these skills to turn them into something else. We got it. Oh, don't forget about all your Mitama. Yeah, so... Yes, to give you an idea, they give you literally the original game's bosses and HP amounts. So yeah, if you really want to fight through the initial battles, you can totally do that, and nothing can stop you. Not a single thing can stop you. I'm curious. Where's Let's see. What is he considered? He is considered a fiend. So, most of these, any of the deities can usually be brought forth as effectively one of the sponsor gods. The weakest of them being Horus. But yeah, as you see, they're no pushover. Like, there are lots of demons. Many demons, in fact. A absurd number of demons you could technically play as. Go down further. Chimeras, Bihos, yeah. Want to fight? You want to play a unicorn? Yeah, I want to play a unicorn. Yeah, unicorn. Yeah, come on. Don't you want to fight one of these? Oh, fucking element. All the Mitamas. Yeah, there's a couple of these, by the way. And if we use something like Titiana, like Titiana here is, you know, ruler of the moonlit forest, wife of the queen of the fairies. Yeah. So technically, Titiana appeared alongside Oberon as rulers of Yoyogi Park. Yep, here she is. If you get everything right, you can technically get Titiana or Oberon. But most of the time, you want to play a troll. He's level 38. He's pretty strong. Of course, you can also High Pixie. We all love High Pixie. And of course, we got Jack Frost. Hi, Jack. And then Pixie. Hello, Pixie. How are you doing? It's been a while. Yeah, no, there are a few of these, by the way. Of course, how can we forget angels, otherwise known as the BDSM angels? We all love the BDSM angels. We all know. Don't worry. You don't have to hide it from me. Just keep going here. There's a few of these if you haven't noticed. Just a couple. Just a few. Right. We're making our way through, making our way downtown, as one might say. Gamis. And of course, women. Wait, are the demons just pics? Like, yeah, they have all the art. Why the fuck would you put the game pics? Like, yeah. Yeah, they are literally pics from the games. Yeah, I don't know why either. I'm assuming that was a requirement by Atlas during the creation of the original game. It was like, you have to do it like this. I'm assuming anyway. Or something similar to that, if that makes sense. Baphomet. You want to fight Baphomet? Let's see. Lilims, of course. Hello, Lilims. Mothman, Mothman! Want to fucking fight Mothman! Mothman! Let's see him. Wait a second. I want to find something that's important to me. Fucking 0 out of 10. I just noted, like, fucking 0 out of 10. Realize they don't even have fucking Matador in this game. Knew something didn't feel right. I'm like, where the fuck is Matador? Yeah, they don't have Matador. What the hell? Yeah, you can't play fucking Matador. Why? It's Matador. Everyone likes Matador. Don't got fucking Matador and don't have Dante. I can't play Matador. What's the point? Why am I even here? Who's Matador? Yeah, they don't have. Matador is in Nocturne. Matador is a boss fight. He is what we would like to casually refer to as a skill filter. He will fuck your day up. He will ruin your life. There is nothing you can do against Matador if you do not know how to play the game. If you know how to play the game, it's not bad, but he does demand that you know how to use debuffs. He demands that you know how to use buffs. It's like, do you have the item management? It is the skill test of that first, I think the first half really of Nocturne. Once you get past that first half of Nocturne, like, all right, now you feel a little bit more like reasonable, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's mostly because if I remember correctly, it's like he's got taunt and focus because he will use taunt and focus, and if he uses those things, he can increase his fucking that sounds too easy. It's the thing is he is literally a boss that will buff him up and then one shot you. You literally have to learn how to fight him because Nocturne will fuck your day up. Because that's all he does. He's just like, oh yeah, no, all your defenses have now been lowered. Oh, okay, I'm gonna do now 4 times damage with an insta crit, pretty much. Like, have you tried the Nah method? Legitimately, that's what you have to try to do. You have to learn how to bullshit him. Yeah, there are quite a few different different characters. Of course, here's Michael, level 90 Michael. And of course, some of them are and technically, the thing is, you can play all of these characters if you really want. You can play all of them. And of course, they do have the bosses from the game. All of the bosses from the game. It's even Black Frost. Hello, Black Frost. the ball avatar, and you want to fight one of these fuckers. Oh boy, get ready for cock and ball torture, otherwise known as God. Yeah, you want to fight God? Yep, here he is. It's just God, including take 4 actions this turn. Yeah, what's your base oh, what's your total power here? Oh yeah, only 190. Infinite light, 240. Yeah, does he get to do it repeatedly? Yeah, of course. They do talk about the nature of like the setting a little bit, give you a little bit more of a rundown of like how everything works. It's if you want to like a good rundown of the entire game, it's here. They even talk about like gate power. Like the idea behind gate power is pretty much what the recommended level is. And it's like, okay, hey, no, who's mostly here? Well, right here. Like, oh, hey, gate, yeah, roughly speaking, get level 35, level 33. Hey, start getting up here, make sure you are hitting those higher levels, get ready. The Tower of Kagetsuchi, yeah, like, oh, yeah, no, you want to, yeah, get ready for level 80 death fights as you fight Thor, ball avatar, the super boss. Yeah, get ready. That's going to be fun. Gonna talk about, how the extra rules before the guidance, special skills, favorite stuff. There's a lot of little bonus abilities that you can do. And they do talk about like Tokyo XX, Tokyo X. Not really extensive. Various boss traits. Yeah, pretty basic stuff. Kind of gives you a scenario, how to run the game effectively. Nothing too extravagant. Various character sheets, various charts you're going to need. But that is Shin Megami Tensei, the role-playing game, Tokyo Conception. Ow. There's a lot of filters like that. Oh, you disrespected the weakness. Oh, you didn't learn the buff up skill. Yeah, it's like, here's the filter. Fuck you. Let's go. I'm like, oh god. I think Matador is just the roughest because like it's still relatively early into the game. And it's like, oh yeah, no, okay, it's just going to be another oh god. But Shin Megami Tensei, the role-playing game. If you ignore the demon rules, if you ignore like the fusions and the doubling back, the game is a lot easier than it wants to present itself as. What does that mean? The game tries to like weirdly intimidate you at certain points. Like, oh, well, make sure you got all of these things, make sure you got all this. At the end of the day, just roll D100, try to roll under your attribute, and go from there. It's not too difficult once you start get going. Oh, well, what does the skill do? Well, you're going to be rolling this skill. Okay. Hey, I want to do this. Okay, you're going to be rolling this skill. Okay. Once you start getting into like, oh, I want to do demon fusions. Oh, I want to do this. I want to do that. Then you can get some characters who could be a little bit more extravagant. Do you need characters to be extravagant, though? No. Can you do an entire thing of just playing like 3 to 4 demi-fiends? Yeah, you can just do that. Hey, you want to play through the entire game as 2 to 3 of your best friends, just try to do it. Yeah, you want to play the original fucking SMT where it's just 3 dumbasses trying to survive the apocalypse. Yeah, you can. The complexity is entirely up to you. If you want to have demon autism and manage every single +1s and +2s, you can do that. Nothing is stopping you. If you don't want to manage that, it's not that complicated. There's just a lot of it. It's a very Japanese game in that regard. I like the game, though. I think it works pretty well. It's The more you give it, the more it's going to give out, if that makes sense. Though the negotiation table is still funny. It will remain fun. Yeah, franchise games. They're still going to be here, and we will never escape them. Speaking about horrifying franchise games we can never escape, let's go to Kickstarter. Boop, 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 boop. Ugh. 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 Okay. I'm alive. Don't worry, everybody. The boy Notepad's gonna live. Those 3 packs a day aren't helping much. All right, so let's get back to it. Tabletop games, newest. Let's see what's. Oh, it's a bunch of STLs and 5e stuff. Great. Fear Within. All right, let's. Okay, let's. Can't be any worse than usual, right? Dun, 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 dun. TCG. I love looking at TCGs. Let's see. Uh-oh. STLs. I gotta love STLs. Evil Dead 2 5e RPG campaign. Like, that's agony. Like, I want you to know that that is true fucking agony. That's 20 OS. Okay. Cool. All right. I'm vibing. Vibing is gaming. I feel. In search of the, like, all right then, been a pleasure now to spirit of void in which I came. Ah! In search of the lost egg. Am I schizophrenic? What do you mean, in search of the... Pathfinder 2, so... Probably is. God, I hate... Hills full of God. Oh. It's Mork. I love Morkborg. It's my favorite game. I love to roll d20 and sometimes hit a skill. Oh, I love Morkborg. I love Morkborg. Please fucking kill me. Man, there is fucking nothing to... Like... Yeah, I'm seeing fucking nothing here. Like... A lot of board games, a lot of like roll and write games. But like, I'm not seeing anything too... Not seeing anything too exciting. That's... Okay. Another example of shoving a circle into a square hole. Okay, red sky 5. Okay, it's 5e. I want more 5e products, says man. We need more 5e products. I love 5e. I love 5e. It's the best only game in existence. I love... I've been seeing people talk about that one. 5e campaign. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're looking at fucking nothing here, aren't we? Okay, tabletop role-playing game. Okay. Icker, baby, yeah. We're Icker maxing. Woo! I love Icker! Okay, let's... And we gotta ease this. Okay, let's... Fear with second. So it's, guide you all along. Oh, it's monsters and other childish things. Yeah, it's monsters and other childish. Okay, new TCG, and I don't know why people keep bag holding these things. This looks AI generated as fuck. 1v1 turn-based, on and off, lore-rich ecosystem. Nobody uses that term. Nobody uses lore-rich ecosystem. Accessible yet strategic. Elector's Parrot. There we go. A bonfire event. Bonfires are community-centric events featuring the permanent removal of ecosystem assets for circulation. Includes physical cards, books, and more effectively increasing the scarcity of remaining ones held by the community. Digital integration, epic lore, and... Why are they doing, like, weird, like... Yeah, it's all crypto. Bonfires are a crypto thing. It's supposed to be a video game? I think it's supposed to be. It's gonna be a novel? Digital platform. $60,000. Costa Rica. Yes. But the lusty lizard lady, I don't want this. I want to put my penis in the lizard woman. No, bad. No penis lizard women. No. No, that's not AI generated. This looks kind of mid because it's Pathfinder 2e and we never have good. People were talking about this one being like, it's the next great thing, and I'm like, that's cool. Like, yes, it's how it works. Single character sheet to track the development of orcs they are building together. Improve the orc. Victorious battle gives you time to resource improvements. Yeah, so the entire idea is more of a world building thingy. I'm like, that's fun. Children with wands. How to play. Figure out the spell range. First, figure out spell strength 1 to 20. Make the light gentle spell most powerful. Spell effectiveness will accomplish that task. Strength effectiveness. Oh, that's fine enough. That's cute. That's cute enough for like a little kid game. Like, yeah, let's just keep throwing out magic until something works. I'm okay with it. Echoes of Oblivion, game content. Oh. Set to launch at the beginning of 2026. Icker. Yeah, this made its money. Again, if you ever want... I'm always justified anytime this pops up, being like, yeah. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks get a run, better run, outrun my wand. See, that's a very different game, very different story of kids with wands. So, yeah, franchise games aren't that important. DC Heroes role-playing game, $300,000. Yeah, it is. Gotta love it. This one's an old one. Now, mind you, it says like, yeah, we connect with Ray Winnegar. Yeah, Ray Winnegar, we've talked about him. This uses roughly the same system as Underground, actually. So if you want to know how this game works a little bit, consult Underground. That video I did on a game that's really interesting. And you get the big old fancy oversized dice. Because, fuck it, it's DC. We can do that. Yeah, there we go. Superman, the Batman... Superman! I'll probably go over that one as well. I'll probably do like a double case of that one in Phase Rip, because Phase Rip is inherently an interesting idea as well. Wow, you've got nothing. We've got nothing today. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too exciting here. There's got to be something, right? I'm not just... There's got to be something on Kickstarter, right? Okay. There we go. We got a new one. It's Pico. It's a Hollow Knight, but I like Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's a cool idea. Venture to... Play D&D as mice. Oh, Jesus. Wait a fucking second. Wait a goddamn second. I know that face. I know that hairdo. I know that face. You cannot hide from me. God, there is fucking nothing. Yeah, we already talked about Hedge. Yeah, this is... Jesus, this is rough. Play little bug people doing little bug people things. It's bugging time. Yeah, it's bug hours. Oh, it's what? Yeah, does that look familiar to anyone? Yeah, does that... I don't know about you, but that face looks awfully familiar. That face looks awfully... Ripped stereo on Kickstarter to pay for the lawsuit. Huh. What a unique and interesting way. And we've got a full other model scale too. Multiple models and hairdos. Oh, detective ready for action poses. And the shirtless variant of both of them. Man, these people are fucking thirst maxing. Yeah, they're from fucking Armenia. Now, to give you an idea, these people are from fucking Armenia. I see a lot of these constantly. I have a deep respect for the fucking hustle these guys go through on a fucking daily basis. Like, I gotta respect the hustle. Yeah, this is that hedge one, which is, yeah, this is where it's like, yeah, it's fiction forces a hit with a consequence. Nothing. Oh, geez. Kickstarter was rough today. We got nothing to go off of. Don't worry, their models are eco-friendly. 40, 60 hours of sculpting Booba just for $100. Nah, man, you gotta remember, these are ripped models already from, like, fucking, you know, Baldur's Gate 3. They didn't model jack shit, probably. They modeled very little. And you gotta remember, oh, well, you can get this for $100. It's not like they're printing and sending you the models, mind you. They're sending you an STL file. So we've got that. And now, mind you, because they've made $9,000 over that already, let's play a game. I'm curious. 9,000 USD to Armenian dram. So I want to convert $9,000. $9,000 is 3 million Armenian dram. Let's see. Let's do price of bread in Armenia. Let's see. So to give you an idea, a loaf of fresh white bread is 80 AMD. It's it doesn't mean like a lot. Like, it's like, oh, well, that doesn't mean anything. Roughly speaking, they have made $3 million that they could eat for many months for probably about maybe 20 hours of work. Like, you're paying your rent effectively. What's rent? I want to do rent in Armenia. I want to find a let's see. I want to find a I want to buy a house in Armenia. That's what I want to do. I want to buy a house. House for sale in Yerevan. It's all in USD, but let's do. Yeah, to give you an idea, I want to go down to the AMD. So, 3 million. Remember, this is $3 million you've made from this already. Like, you do a couple of those, like, you're buying an apartment. Like, you're doing. I want to do 4 rent. I want to rent an apartment. What I want to do. Like, yeah, you're renting a fucking apartment for like 3 months. Like, you could do it for like a year. Not a large apartment, but like, yeah, hey, you wanna live here for literally 2 fucking 4-room effectively house for 2 months for probably like 20 hours of work. Yeah, no, you're doing pretty all right for yourself. You gotta think about it like that. Put it into context. Like, these guys make bank. Like, this is why they do that. Let's see. Do we got anything? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too exciting here. Oh me, oh my oh me. But so I'm gonna call it there because I'm tired. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for enjoying our time together. I'm going to make dinner now because it's like 7 o'clock and I'm very hungry. Godspeed. Good luck. I will see you all on Monday, which we'll begin cartoon adventures. Have a wonderful rest of your time. I am, as they say, away.